what, 2 months now or
All right,
something?
Charlie, you're good.
Okay. Can't make these things.
This is a call to order of the Aransas County Appraisal District Appraisal Review Board. It is August the 2nd at 8:32. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protest.
Okay.
Yep.
First one's Mr. Walker, right?
About 1280.
1280.
Okay, where are we at?
1280, first base. This is a call to order of the Aransas County Appraisal District Appraisal Review Board. It is August the 2nd.
Where should I sit?
Right there.
Y'all even brought candy.
Mr. Walker,
Yes, sir.
we have some administrivia to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along, I have some questions for you when I get down toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 1280, account 28782. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is around the table here. The district will be represented by someone in that chair over there. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination, also instructions and information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. The IRB members are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I've not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Read that out loud and then state your name.
Say this right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is proven correct. Say again.
Sign and print.
You have to excuse me, I'm a little bit hard to hear.
Gotcha.
Right?
I, Ray Cressy, do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true.
Arthur, do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
I'm sorry, did you?
Are you an appraiser?
No, sir.
Okay. On the table, under your clipboard, there's a sheet of paper and Mylar. That's the way we're going to manage the hearing. And you get to choose who goes first, whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you like to do?
I guess I'll speak first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
It won't take that long. Everybody has a copy of what I sent in, correct?
Yes, we have it.
Okay, so I'm protesting for a couple reasons. I have a breakdown that gives me what I'm being taxed for, what it's being assessed at. And the bottom line of that doesn't equal what it has as the improvements at the top of the page. That's my first issue. My second issue is I think that my house is being looked at as being more valuable than it is because of the way that it's rated, class 1 through 7. I'm in a 6. There's many residences around my residence that is a lower class that has higher cost construction materials. I've listed examples of them on my paperwork. I've also looked at multiple other properties, including in Kiolegro, and found that to be the case even there. So I think they should both, those two things should be evaluated. And that's it.
Okay. All right, you'll have more time to speak later. Okay, Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, the improvement cost section in the account that adds up to a number is being multiplied by 1.26, which is a subdivision adjustment, which renders that 389.
Okay.
So that's the reason that the cost portion of the account isn't the improvement value. That's because we're adjusting it to market at 1.26. The subject property's home is a 2020, is that correct? Did you just build it?
Yes,
Oh, okay. There was a home there before?
there had been, when I bought the property, the home was gone, just the slab was there.
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna go into my evidence. This is Q1, Q2.
Yes.
All right, so this is on Magnolia Street, but the Magnolia Street that's in Lamar. So it's a canal lot. You turn on Front Street and wind yourself back towards Neptune Harbor. First sale is in Neptune Harbor for $570 in July of 2020. Class 6 home. Lot values are pretty close to the same. Class is the same. Square footage of the comp is larger, so we're removing value for that. But the subject property is newer, so we're adding some value. Comes out to $582. Comp number 2 is 37 Front Street. Sold for $458 in February of 2021. It's a 5BS, larger home and an older home. Comes out to $552. Let's see what else we got here. 39 Front Street sold in December for $395. It's a class 4. 1997 home, 2,600 square feet. This might be in the list of, well, it's okay. Comp number 4 is on Magnolia, 5SS plus. And comps out to 508, sold for 393. Picture's kind of far away. It's about 1,000 square feet smaller.
Do we want to put this up on the screen for?
Oh, I have the paperwork, I've seen it.
You've seen everything, okay.
Going through the equity stuff here, 6SS on comp 1, comp 2 is a 6FB. Both homes are larger, both homes are older. It's just working through this comparables, 569 and 586. Same thing on the next one, 5SS, 5FB, both pluses, a little bit larger. Gives a value of 565 for the median equity value. As far as the property owner was saying that the classification stuff is not right. I don't know any way to do that other than to look at what we're comparing. I don't know any other way to do it. So whatever you guys want to look at, feel free. He's given a list here of properties. Saying that we're overclassing him based on the way we class these other properties. So we just have to look at them. We probably don't have enough time to look at 8 of them or 9 of them, but
Just a quick question, Ray. the appraisal district, does it have criteria that it looks at when it comes up with a class, initial class for a new house?
Yeah,
Or any
most of it's just architecture.
Okay.
It's not roof, it's not like, square footage comes into play in architecture. We don't see the inside of a home
Okay.
until someone lists it. And then when someone lists it, if we find out that they basically have the Taj Mahal inside, then we've got to deal with the class then, because it's obviously on the marketplace going to be you've got to sell as a higher class home.
Okay.
But the metal roof and stuff like that, that doesn't change the class of a home. We actually add the metal roof as a separate item. Or like a tile roof, we add it as a separate item. So it's mostly our architecture, just what you see, roof lines, the build quality. It's one of the issues that we have today is that our classification system was designed a long time ago. The reality is the building standards that exist today make it where there's nearly no such thing as anything below a 4, because you actually can't build it anymore. You used to be able to go put creosote posts up. You didn't have to use 2x12s. Back, you could use 2x8s for your floor joists. If 2 people grabbed your creosote post, you could go like this and the house would move a little bit. But you can't do that kind of stuff anymore.
Okay.
Even a box, just a box, is designed to withstand a hurricane. That's how it's designed.
Okay.
So some of those building codes, our classes, when you get on the lower spectrum on newer homes, they're very difficult to apply that anymore because of the actual cost of all the strapping and everything that people put into the home. It's actually expensive to build, even if you don't do architectural work. You just print something offline.
Okay.
Let's just pick one. How about 41 Front Street? Listed as a 4FB, has a tile roof. Slide it over here.
Yeah, you have to turn it to
Okay.
there, Jackie.
Great. So
Got
what do you
it.
want to look at?
Card,
Which is
This is 41 front.
41 Front Street. Listed class 4FB, has tile roof.
Can you see that?
Yeah, sure.
What do you say, Ray?
Let me get over there, sorry.
It's not a class 4, but we have it as a class 4. When was it built?
Trying to find the effective age.
2008, 2006, I can't remember. Yeah, I mean,
Five, it looks
it's good
like.
data on his part. There's no way that's a 4 minus in any way, shape, or form, but it was classed that way. So,
Think he's high then, or you're high. The six
I
is
don't know,
high, is that what you're
I would
saying?
never class that as a 4 minus. But an appraiser did. So, I mean, we're doing 2 things here, right? We're looking at our work, and then I'm getting to say what I would do, basically.
Yeah.
And so there's no way I'd say that's a 4 minus, ever. But
It'd be a
someone-
5.
Yeah, it'd be a 5 or 5 plus, at least a 5.
5.
Yeah,
And his is a 6.
and this is the same.
Okay, can you, Jackie, can you do an exercise to show me what a 5 would be for his house?
Maybe you want to look at the 65 million next door across the street. That would be next door.
Let me make a note in this thing.
No, it's okay, Jack.
You want me to make a note?
Next door is a 5.
Don't worry about it.
Stuck in
You want to do which one?
65 Magnolia is the house next door with, that
Stucco.
it has 65
65 Magnolia.
That's one of his.
Okay. It's a 5 ST minus.
5-1.
ST minus.
There you go, Bill. Where does it go?
Then they just slightly.
What's that?
No, this is 6.
This is a 6.
Full class below.
We have this as a 6 minus,
Minus.
6 minus.
And this is a 5.
5
That's a
minus.
5.
So that's a full class. Minus to minus.
This house looks like a nicer house than
Mhm.
Like a what?
this house looks like a nicer house than me.
Yeah, and that seems logical or reasonable. If that's a 5 minus, then
Well, all you can see is,
this
I
would
mean,
be a
you
6
can't,
minus.
you don't really,
it's hard-
give them much.
It's hard to tell.
I can show it to you on picture.
Yeah, let's do that. Something.
That wouldn't really tell us anything, looking down on it.
Well, you can see it. I mean, I can flip it where you can look at the house if you want.
Oh, okay.
This is his house.
Okay.
Why I need the
You need the
screen back. So
Sorry.
on my mouse, it's okay. So I'll show you his house. And then let me write this number down.
Years ago, I was just, I'm going to, I'll make sure that we're right now.
Okay, so this is his house.
Yeah.
That's his house.
Area
Okay.
workers or?
Yeah.
And it's not a pool, I mean, I know it's a feature, not part of the class. But your
Two-story
concrete
pool.
drive,
Your frame it?
Okay, and I'll show you the other one. Do you see his house?
Don't get bedazzled.
It's the one next door.
Yeah.
That's his house.
And you say.
And let me, I'll pull up the one.
I'm
Pretty sure.
It's 28784, but let me get it. I can get it into view.
Okay.
28784.
See, from the picture on the card, it looked like a little.
That's why I said you look at top.
This is the other house in blue.
Okay, what class is that one?
That's 5 ST minus.
That's all stuck up. Nice.
Yeah, that's a lot work.
I think he's got. I think he's got.
Yeah, maybe it's high class then.
That's a 5. That's a 5.
Okay, now can we
Here's
do
a 5.
an exercise without,
This is a 6.
without making a change?
Yeah, what do you want to do?
I want to take his house
Okay,
to a 5.
5 ST.
5 ST.
Is this, is your stuff?
No, it's fiberboard.
Fiberboard.
So 5
That's a 5 FB.
FD minus. Yeah.
Minus or regular?
Well, it looks just like the house next door.
Is the house next door minus or?
Minus.
Try minus. We can't do that. We change it.
Just figure out what the, no.
No,
Figure out
we-
what the
we
value
can-
is.
we can-
Yeah.
I didn't think-
We can't change it, but we can figure out what the value is, and change the value of the bottom line.
Oh, goodness. Sorry, I have to open this up real quick. I'm sorry.
All right, I can't refuse any longer. I love Snickers.
Oh, good. Well, there's more if you want.
The only thing free you'll ever get from the county. So.
Ain't it the truth?
So it's gonna take the notice improvement value from 389,310 to 313,190. Taking the total value to 459,310.
So what's that for? What?
That's for the 5
The total
FB
property.
minus, correct, 459,310.
Sounds good.
You good?
That's what you need to find.
Sound good?
Yeah. I'm good
Hold
with
on,
that.
let me change it back.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1280, count number 28782. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $535,430 to $459,310.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Arthur?
Take that number.
I'm happy. I would like to make a couple comments.
Okay.
It's not gonna change with this. The markup of 1.26, because of where it's at, you would think that would be in the land price of property, but I'm not an appraiser. I've been approved. We talked about the things that had sold since 2020. And again, this is just throwing my thoughts out there. People are acting weird right now because of the coronavirus. Spending money ridiculously. I wouldn't do that personally. I don't know how many people are going to continue. I hope not a bunch. We'll find out. I appreciate you thinking my house is pretty because we designed it and built it. But I tried to build it responsibly with the pitch of roof that FEMA recommends. Didn't go overboard. I didn't put copper roofs, copper flashing, that kind of stuff. I built a simple house that I plan to live in as long as I can be able to go up and down the stairs. So that's just my comments on the things I've heard.
Very good.
But I'm happy with your decision.
Thank you, Arthur.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
By the way, this is for 2021.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, not for 2022.
That's correct.
Because I plan to homestead it this year. That'll go to next year, right?
That's correct. Once you, and your driver's license, you need to have that
Exactly,
address.
right,
You're not a homestead anywhere else.
Right.
Yeah, all
Right.
that stuff, right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
I appreciate y'all's time.
There.
And this is y'all's, right?
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Asking where Somerset, saying it, but it's still.
Warren into Somerset,
Somerset.
Texas.
I've seen it. I've been through it, I think.
Oh, so I have no clue.
Google it, 'cause I'm still curious.
I'm guessing.
I think it's,
I'm guessing San.
you think?
Just a guess.
I was thinking somewhere around like LaGrange, Lee County, Columbus. I
Could be.
completely.
It's kind of like Rydell, OT area. I want to say it's by Rydell. I want to say it's not very far from here, like an hour and
Yeah,
something. I
sure.
think hour and a half, maybe. I could be totally wrong, but I want to say it's in there.
All right, we all both right. It's in Bear County. 15 miles southwest of San Antonio, so it must be somewhere down around Pearsall.
Good guess.
Yeah, Pearsall direction, I guess.
What happened to that?
I don't know. Maybe she's open something. There's like there's another person up there in the lobby.
There were two.
Whole bunch of cases.
Thick, well, it's a moderately thick book today.
Mhm.
Last week there were a couple of 2 pages, I think.
Yeah,
Really? Oh. Is there a lot of in-person?
most of ours last week were in person. A few affidavits, a couple of phone hearings, but most of them were in person.
Oh, you've been here all week?
Yes. Yeah, we started here Monday.
For me, it was awkward first couple of days, trying to get used to this.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not so much,
Probably awkward for the protesters too. They don't have the.
After sitting in the barrel the other day, I think everybody that serves on the board needs to protest their property at least once and sit in a group like this.
Oh,
It's completely different from that chair.
yeah.
Even after you've done it for a while, it's completely different over there because it's just you sort of flapping and freeze, and you don't know which way to end, and it's too easy. And we're seeing it's too easy to get on the subject,
Right.
ramble, and you can't.
Yeah,
You
right.
don't have enough time. Right. I get worried that sometimes protesters will get, they'll keep it too short and they don't present any evidence and all of a sudden. Issue. But
Right.
love to help, but gotta say something. You gotta show me something.
My mother-in-law wanted to contest one of her pieces of farm property over in Oasis County. So I'm filling out the protest form.
Yeah, there is another one.
Yeah, we're ready whenever.
Yeah, we're waiting for them.
And so I'm filling out Q1, Q2, and I think about it, it's like, okay, affidavit. And of course, my mother-in-law saying, I have to show up. It's like, no, you don't have to. Oh, well, that'd be nice, right? And but I need to show up. And it's like, okay, what evidence are you gonna give them?
Evidence.
Affidavit. Just take your chance.
Let's follow right down there.
Morning.
All right, case number 1158.
Top of the page. Gordon? What was that?
Scott.
Scott. Okay. We have some administrative to go through before we get started. When I get toward the end, I'll ask you a couple of questions. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1158, account 30280. This hearing is being recorded.
Protest form has Q2 only.
Q2 only, right? We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is around this table and Ray represents the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form or an email to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. Scott, when we get done with this hearing, there will be a document created with our determination of value. It'll also have instructions and information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important, Scott. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Gordon Scott Curran.
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Scott, do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No.
Okay. You have under your pad a sheet of paper and with a Mylar cover. That's the procedure we're going to follow throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or whether the district speaks first.
I'll speak first. It's pretty simple.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay. She scanned in this, which is a summary of these.
Okay.
And all I did was take the five, or there's 4 total houses, including mine on my street, that are similar in age, 1-story houses, minus the smallest house in Palm Harbor. And I looked at their appraisals and I looked at mine. And if you look at the improvement values, in fact, 122 Palm, which is 30284, is the same builder as my house. And I actually have a picture of them. They look the same, except they've extended their garage to add a 3rd bedroom. They're appraised at $230,000. I'm at $307,000. If you average all of the houses, you come out to $84.98 a square foot for the improvement value. If you take that average and multiply it times my square foot to be the same appraisal as my neighbors, it would be $222.47. 128 Palm is exactly next door to my house. It's painted the same color as my house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath house with a little bit more square foot, 280 square foot more than me, and they're at $249,190. So that's why I'm here to protest.
So 122 was your first comp that you mentioned, 122 Palm.
Yes, that's, they're 5 houses down.
Okay.
If you want to see the picture, I can show you from the street. Theirs is white, but they look the same.
Simple.
Okay.
Right?
Is that it for now? You have-
That's all I got. I know, but that's, like I said, it's pretty simple. I just pulled up the same houses.
Okay, Ray, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Your opinion of value on your house is 220 something?
That's what it would be if it was appraised the same as the other houses there.
And when you did the other houses there, did you take into account depreciation? You took into account value of all improvements, meaning the porch, the garage, the decks, the everything.
Yeah.
And then you divided that in. So that gives us a number, like if people had less porches or less decks, then it changes that number. And it also changes the number, you know, the square footage of a 1,000 square foot house per square foot is different than a 1,300 square foot house. The square footage value goes down as the square footage value goes down as the improvement gets bigger. So it's hard to do what you're doing and then say, yeah, that means, and one of the reasons it's hard is because then it gives you a number of 222 and your house isn't worth 222. It's just not. That would mean that if your house was worth 222, it would mean that you paid like $60,000 too much for it. And your sale is recent. So that reality is what says, like, if you come up with a number that says, oh, that means my house is worth 222, then something's not right because your house isn't worth 222. All we've done to your house is changed your effective age. And we did it based on the listing info. The listing info said that the kitchen is completely redone. It has granite and backsplash. It has 2 pantries. It also said that it's been completely redone and it's looking great. So we increased the effective age, which is another way of saying we counterpunched the depreciation. So your home has less depreciation in it than all of these other ones that are being comped. And that's how we have arrived. And when we do our equity comparison, we're going to make accounts for class, depreciation, and square footage. And we come out to a median equity value of 316, showing us to be like $10,000 undervaluing your house from an equity approach. And that's using comps on Palm, port and port. So, I mean, one of these comps is kind of crappy. It's a 6. I would say that comp should be completely thrown out. It shouldn't have been in here, which leaves comp 1, comp 3, and comp 4. So that would mean we still would have a median value of 315. Comp 2 shouldn't have been in the grid. That's not a good comp. The class is too high, and it doesn't make any sense to have that in there. So I don't know. I mean, the 222 just kind of shows that that doing it that way, the way you're doing it doesn't give you a reasonable market value, meaning you wouldn't sell it for 222 to anybody. You tell them no. That's all I have.
Okay. So Scott, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer.
Well, all I have to say is, the 222 was just doing an average of what theirs is. All of those houses have been redone since the hurricane. Mine just happened to have a sales piece written on it. I paid $272 when I bought it, I believe, 2.5 years ago. And 2 years ago, whatever it was.
Yes.
But at the time, I didn't know what my next door neighbor's house was valued at. And by the way, 122 Palm and 128 Palm have brand new decks, bow lifts, and things mine doesn't have. So the porch, you had to throw in the porches and all that. If you look at each one of them, they're going to be very, very similar. So, and
We have that you pay 288.3 for the house, is that not correct?
I'm pretty sure it's 272 when we finally settled on it, but I don't have that with me.
That's okay.
Last year's value was 272,380.
Right, not that, because that's when I got my first appraisal. I said, well, they got what we bought it for. That's
Okay.
Anything else?
no.
Okay. Jackie, well, we got a minute. You've got time left. Can we look at the property card on 122 Palm? It's 30284 is the property number. That's the lowest price. I just want to see what's the depreciation on that effective age.
1974, they're the same.
Okay, so you don't show any remodeling events on that. They're down to 46% depreciation. Okay, so that explains why that number's so low. Okay. Okay.
What about 128?
We'll look at a different one. 30281.
Um, 1972, 1987.
Okay, so they're deeper on the depreciation curve, 64%. Okay. Okay. Ray. So Ray, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to say. I mean, we come up with a value of 315. I do have something to say. The remodel events that are found in listings, there's no way that I can think of in the property tax system to deal with this inequity, if you will, of the appraisal district not knowing what the inside of other homes look like. There's no way in the state of Texas that the appraisal district will ever get mandated for people to let them know what they've done to the inside of their house. And thankfully, but it does lead to stuff like this where we've got more depreciation on one house and less on the other. The person that lives in the house knows more than we do. It happens every single time. And I don't have a fix for it. And if If the ARB wants to search and search and search, and their desire is to get the value down as low as they can possibly get it, then you can always do it, because you'll find something. There's always gonna be some house that we're undervaluing, because we just don't know. And maybe 2 or 3 or 4. That's all I have.
So how does it, sorry, so how does the district, and I'm sorry, I don't know, am I cutting into somebody's
You can
time?
ask.
It's just a question. How do you determine effective year 2014 based on pictures of the interior? I get that, but I don't know the year. I mean,
What was
why
the,
not 2012 or?
oh, it's, we
2004?
go by increments of 10 or 5. So it would have either been 14 or 9.
Oh, I see.
It would have either been 14, it would have been 2014 or 2009. And that's what I was gonna say. That's kind of what my point is. 2009, 2014. You know, there's not a perfect science here to this.
In the
Just
house,
doing the best you can.
sorry, I didn't interrupt again.
No, that's okay.
Who's next?
Okay.
And that's just that, yeah, that's that arbitrary number because the house next door that was, the house next door had an effective year of like 74,
72,
82,
72.
72.
Yeah.
But it has a lift and it has porches and a dock, and this house doesn't have a lift or
Yeah.
dock or any of that other stuff. Both
We
of
can
it, you know.
reduce the effective age. I don't know. No, to me, it's not our time, never mind.
Okay, sorry,
Okay,
keep going.
so we're just about out of time here. So let's go to closing. Scott, you have 1 minute. Any final thoughts? Tell us.
Well, I understand you don't get to go in the houses. Yes, our house has a new kitchen in it, new cabinets and paint from the hurricane. But it's still the exact same little house and I didn't cherry pick houses. I drove down the street and picked every 1-story small house on the street. And the comparisons I got were all 2-story houses. Mine's the only 2-bedroom. Those don't sell for as much. So, but that's all I've got.
Okay. Ray, you have 2 minutes, or 1 minute, sorry, for closing.
I don't think I have anything else to say. I think I've kind of said everything I need to say. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. That's our time.
Well, was there a market adjustment in this area?
That is correct. Yeah, a big one. Probably 30. I think it looks like 35%.
35%.
I think it was the previous, I mean, it's not a full 35%. I think it was already at like 110 or 112, but it was significant. We updated the area significantly.
So that's the majority of the rise right there.
Yeah, well, it's
It's a neighborhood adjustment.
just.
There's a lot to be said for a 2-bedroom house versus 3-bedroom, 2 baths.
I'm not seeing any real reason for change here.
I'm not either, because I think just regular attrition and value from last year to this year, as we all know, has been huge, plus with the 35% thereabout adjustment. It warrants some type of an increase.
Keep it.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1158, account number 30280. When considering Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value at $307,970.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.
Sorry, love the help.
Didn't think it would.
Thank you for coming.
Do I get a form or the?
No, you'll get it in the mail.
Yeah.
In the mail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Bill?
Hey.
You let me have the day off last week?
I did.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
I took the day off.
You'll be jealous of these pictures.
Ooh, you Fishing, you took your boat?
Yeah.
Nice.
One,
Slow.
You see the rest of them?
2,
Oh, my.
Yes. All right, we got case number
Howdy.
1632.
3.
Wahoo. Where's that king?
King.
Close enough.
Okay.
Kingfish.
You want to go ahead and have a
Real
seat right over
smoker.
here?
All my grandson here.
Yes, right there.
All my grandson.
So he got to go
The case
fishing
number
and got a game computer.
Yes.
Summer of dreams.
Good morning.
How are you?
What number is it? 1,
1632, it's on the second page in the middle.
second page in the middle.
That squeeze by you, sir. You're all right.
Eric?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we had the right person.
Yeah, there's not too many of me running around locally, I guess.
I'm going to stick with Eric because I can't pronounce your last name.
Yeah, that's fine. Believe it or not, it was shortened. No, seriously.
Yeah.
It was shortened.
What was it?
They had extra T's in there and extra V's in there.
Yeah, they took some consonants out.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, believe it or not, our name's on the wall up there in New York where they came across overseas. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna really waste too much of y'all's time because
They gotta do
Okay.
something.
We gotta go through some administrivia here. I'll go through it as quick as possible and ask a few questions when I get down toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1632, account 15569. This hearing is being recorded.
Q5 is on the, look at the protest form. Yeah, it just says Q5 and there's nothing there. So
Well, there's a couple pieces of property.
well, what exactly are you protesting?
Well, I've been there almost 40 years,
Okay.
okay? And, I brought some pictures and all, but ever since the bypass came in,
Okay.
we've had nothing but problems over in that area. And, I don't mind paying
Okay,
tax,
but-
but
Wait,
Are you protesting market value or equity
yeah,
value?
which y'all reappraised it to.
Okay, so market value?
Yeah, whatever you take your taxes off is what I'm, you raised it all.
okay. Well,
Yeah, and I don't mind it being raised a little bit, but you guys
Okay.
look crazy.
We'll get
Okay.
there.
Ray, this is a Q1.
Yes, sir.
We'll
Okay.
interpret it that way. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is around this table and Ray is the representative of the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Eric, those pictures you referred to, you had them scanned in, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, very good. I just wanted to be sure, this is important. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
No, okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is Eric Garcia.
Practice.
I, Ray Garcia, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal people for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Eric, I'm obligated to ask you if you hold a Texas appraiser's license. Okay.
Charlie, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? The previous year's value on that property was about 15,000.
Yeah, I think so.
Are you okay with the previous year's value?
Yes,
So am I.
yes.
Okay.
You know,
In that case, go ahead.
Okay, then I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1632. Account number 15569, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value. I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $21,420 back to last year's value of $15,650.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We're done, Eric.
okay, but there's more properties.
Oh, yeah.
There's 1225 properties too.
Okay. You have a protest on it?
Yeah,
Is that the one that said,
just because they combined them when they came here last.
is that the BPP account?
What's that mean?
Well, there's a BPP account in here. Business person, E&J Auto Truck and RV Service.
Right,
Is that the other one that you're protesting?
Yeah.
1225 North Commercial.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, because, like I said, you know, I don't mind.
Hold on a second. We have to open the case.
Where is
There's a
that?
second account.
Page 3.
2252.
2252?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Okay, hold on just a second.
No problem.
Okay, same owner, we've done the script. So where,
She went to get the affidavit.
did she understand?
What's the name on the second account?
E&J Auto Truck and RV Service.
Care of Eric Kindermother. Or maybe they.
Yeah, because it's the only other one.
Yeah.
Just this one.
Yeah.
Fair enough. This is a business personal property account. So this is not real, but this is not real property. This is.
No,
This is things like maybe a truck.
No, it's the property too.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, that was.
It's only the business personal property account.
So just so I think this is the one. It was a. Be sure, but I think this is the one.
Notice case number 2352.
Yes.
Yeah. But don't go away. Are we?
Yeah. Yeah, this will be on.
Okay. In that case, all we need to do is swear in. We've already gone through the script once for the same owner. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Oh, I didn't open it. We're opening a hearing on 22, case ID 2252. Count 46972. Go ahead.
Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
And
Okay, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is Eric R. Kindergarten.
Greg?
I request you to sign this whatever the review of it. The appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay. Eric, would you like to speak first, or would you like Ray to speak first?
He can do it, I guess. I don't really know what I'm doing.
Okay.
On
All
this
right.
account, did you bring in evidence?
No, the only thing I
Okay.
brought in was the pictures. Okay.
Okay.
The pictures are for the other account?
It's for everything. because
Oh,
I-
everything?
Yeah.
Right, so let's nail something down here. This particular account under protest is BPP, it's business personal property. It is not the real property account. It is not actually 1225 North Commercial dirt. This is things that relate to the business, like trucks, computers, chairs, things that you're supposed to render as a business owner. So photos of the land is not under protest in this account. There's probably an account for 1225 North Commercial that the property owner intended to protest on. But this is more than a technicality here. We literally do not have a protest on that, and we can't assume, we can't make an assumption here. We just have to deal with what's in front of us, which is business personal property. And we have, I don't believe that the property owner rendered this year. I think we used the previous year's rendition.
I did.
You did render?
Yeah, and actually, a lady, Roxy or Rosemary or somebody called me, and I could never get a hold of her. And then I came down, and your office was all locked up, and I couldn't get into it or whatever, you know. And so when y'all finally did, I came down, and that's when I protested on both my properties. And because I asked her, well, can we just do it at all one hearing to make it easier for everybody instead of coming in a bunch of times, you know?
So the weight, Eric, the weight of your account is weighted heavily with 4 tow trucks.
Right.
Are we incorrect there?
No, you're correct.
Okay, so then the next weight in your account that is machinery and equipment, this is other than those tow trucks. You have,
Not really, no, nothing.
so what would we think is valued at $25,000? That is not a tow truck.
I have no clue, and really, I don't know how y'all come to all that appraisal on it, because my tow trucks are older. Okay, so I don't know how you can even get a decent appraisal on them.
Well, it's the equipment.
And I'm really not griping about that, you know, I mean, you're off on them. You know, like my big truck, it has a rebuilt salvage title on it, okay? That gives it no value to resell it. You know, in all honesty, I've been doing this a long time. You try to sell a car with a rebuilt salvage title, you're done. You know, you can give it away, that's it. You know, my trucks are older. I can't afford to have new trucks. You know, I have one truck that has a 1971 bed on it.
Okay.
It's operational. You can't find that
So
appraisal.
just quickly here, we have 4 trucks at $60,000. So
Yeah.
that means we're valuing your trucks at about $15,000.
Yeah, I can deal with that. You know what I mean? I was protesting the properties.
Well, we don't have a protest on
Okay,
that.
you know, so I thought I did. When I talked to Letty up front, you know, I thought I did.
Can I do something?
If you swear in.
You need to swear in.
No, it's okay.
Let me ask you a question here. Do you have any other equipment, you know, torches, jacks, hand tools,
You
tool
can see my
chests?
garage. I don't have much left.
Okay.
Harvey took most of it. You know, they took my barns and everything else along. I have some hand tools, you know, but I have nothing that's gonna be worth any major value. And I don't think I'll ever get to that point.
Okay,
You know, I'm pretty much cooked, you know,
okay.
Simple as
I'm
that.
just trying to figure out
you know.
what might be worth $25,000 in this account.
There's nothing that's worth $25,000.
The previous year value was 6,996.
You know, so.
Wait, 6,700. That's 796. If that helps with anything.
That would knock almost 20,000. Yeah, I'm good with that number. Just roll it back to last year's.
All good.
Well, where are we?
Ray still has a minute
I'm
40,
fine.
minute 44 in his
There's
five, his
nothing to
first 5
discuss here,
presentation.
that I can think of.
Is there any evidence at all that bears on the $25,000?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. And without the 25,000, it's 59,800,
Whatever you guys think.
59,860. Is that what it is?
No, it's 67,960.
25,000.
67,960.
Well, if you did 25, what Charlie's asking is if you take 25,000 off the 85.
Maybe 60,000.
last year? All
Okay,
right,
I'm good
I
with
can,
that.
I can live with that. Eric, you all right with that?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay,
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2252, account number 46972. When considering Q5 other on this business personal property account, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $85,660 down to last year's value of $67,960.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Eric, we're done.
Alrighty, I appreciate y'all's time.
Sorry about the confusion.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused about the property, but I'm still okay, you know? Especially since I've never done this. I think I talked to you once, if I remember that, but job security, I guess. All right, guys, let me go do some rat killing now.
Eric, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Now I'll get a copy of this or something in the mail.
You'll get it in the mail.
All right,
By
thank you.
snail mail.
You too.
We have coffee, okay.
Yes. I didn't look at the pot, but
Yes,
yes,
there's
it's out by the front door. Out by the front door.
It's gonna be used on my head.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I did.
You turn that thing off?
I make sure y'all see the lake.
We used to ship back, I said. We used to ship back 100. Ton of coffee.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
They
okay,
cry
right, yeah.
Who's up?
They used to have those. They used to have the US.
All right, right now, we do have,
If it fits, it
somebody checked in. for
They
10
don't,
o'clock,
and they were like.
But Barbara is putting
It doesn't
in
matter how
their
much.
evidence. We do
Oh,
have
it
one
was
payment
15
only for 8:30.
So we did the post office.
Figure we go ahead and do that
Yeah,
one while we're waiting.
Knock it out.
So that we
It's
go
a
buy
2244.
ship.
Hunter is the name.
And after it goes in the airplane.
And we an affidavit on there.
Pressure.
Two, two, four,
When it gets way up in the atmosphere.
No driveway.
No, it's very strange. Compressed. the coffee grounds, and they, I mean, that ground was the beans that were in the bags, we were compressing it to where they were just like, so we asked. Get 150 pounds of shit back.
Put that in the freezer.
It's a lot.
It's a lot
we
to
had-
put in there.
We had one shelf that was just nothing but bags of coffee, 1 pound bags of coffee. It would take about a year.
Get rid of it.
We give some to gifts. It was the real deal.
I'll ask you, you're on the board of the HSAC. Does the Humane Society, they have funds to have people that can't take their dog to a vet? Will they pay for that?
No, they give you coupons for staying in. They
Okay,
do have somebody that comes. and
This is the affidavit only.
Okay.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-2244, account 33074. This is an affidavit only hearing. This hearing is being recorded.
Yeah, Hunter is the name.
2244.
Down at 10 o'clock.
2244.
No, it should be on the 8:30.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. Yeah.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Douglas, solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I request that you solemnly swear or
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Right, section 1 is the owner's name, Gene Hunter. Section 2 is the property and under protest, 921 North Cherry. Section 3 is incorrect appraised market value. Section 4 is left blank. Section 5 is this house has had no improvements for years. The interior is incomplete. Section 6 is I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person or by telephone call. This affidavit, the evidence and argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. Signed by Gene Hunter, notarized by Jennifer Harting and Aransas County. The next document is the notice of protest, which has Q1 and Q2 checked. The note says there has been no improvements to either house or property, signed by Gene Hunter. And then there's a copy of the notice of appraised value. And then what follows, I believe, is the packet that was sent for the notice of hearing. So there's just some documents here, and then there's a waiver of hearing that she signed. And then the hearing procedure times. Sales ratio report, 1 page of it. Part of a equity grid is in here. Just sort of randomly, then there's a sales grid showing 2 sales and a picture of the total. That's it. This property is located on North Cherry, which may be an easy way of thinking about that is just behind Gordo's, or a little bit, but somewhere behind Gordo's, between where Gordo's is and Dr. Cruiser's office is. One of the things you'll notice on the district's card is, you don't see this a whole lot, but there's a thing called condition in the cost values there. There's a COND, and there's underneath there is BW, which is badly worn. This is another way of saying that this house is in really bad shape, potentially unlivable. So
Where is that now? I'm sorry.
it's right underneath where it says the words improvement information. It's right underneath the I, right in the middle of.
Oh,
So VG is very good. A is average. Almost everything in the county is A. Every once in a while, you'll see something like this where it's badly worn, and it's in very poor condition home. I doubt that it's livable. We have a value of 48,000 on the house, 17,000 on the improvements, 30,000 on the land. The value went up this year because we raised the land and the neighborhood. It's just in the middle of it. If you look at the sales comparison grid, you'll notice that we're about $20,000 light on the house when comping lower class sales in the area. We do have one sale of the 2SS on comp number 3. The rest of them are, I think, class 3 homes. The equity grid shows us to be light also. And this is comping 2 SSs, hopefully under 1,000. Yeah, they're all under 1,000 square feet in the same area. So, the sales grid were so low because of the badly worn adjustment. It's when you compare a badly worn to an average house or 4 average houses, you're going to render a very big gap between market value and median value. That's all I have.
Ray, could you tell me why the class of 1 MA is 2 SS and the other MA is 3 S?
8.
8?
It's very possible that there is a trailer in there, and they've built around a trailer. It's very possible that happens. It happens quite often, actually. So that would be my guess. Anytime that's probably what it is.
If you're rendering it basically uninhabitable, why do we have any value?
Well, I'm just saying that the badly worn, if I saw badly worn, I would say that there's a decent chance the house is not livable.
Yeah, like I said, why do we have a value at all?
Well, it has to.
17,000 seems pretty high for something that's not livable.
So I think maybe we should look at Picto. I'm just going off of the badly worn. If we can tell in Picto that this is a condemned kind of house, then we need to make some kind of adjustment. One way to tell is if there's cars in the driveway, if the grass is mowed, if it looks like there's a way to enter the house, then someone's probably living in it. If none of those things are there, then maybe it may be a condemned kind of house.
It does look like.
Ray, what is,
Possible.
I'm just seeing stuff that I've never seen before. What's a roof over 2?
It means that kind of goes along with that
I wonder.
RV
Mhm.
or a trailer. At one point they built a roof right over the top of it,
That's what I
and
wonder.
then they encapsulated it with some very
Right.
small air-conditioned living space.
Oh, yeah. Let's see that.
Oh, there you go.
Time
Probably
lapse.
Yeah.
the travel or
There's the trailer.
the manufactured home there or whatever.
There's some cars in the driveway. Are those cars?
Where?
Boat maybe.
Like both there.
I didn't see any, where did it?
Oh, maybe, I can't see, but you know, what the little, what is that little?
It looks like a trailer, you know, a little utility trailer. or
Well, it's got a
something here.
detached garage or detached storage. So
Oh, nice.
it's a mess.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a. Of course, it's not much value, 17,000.
Would you take 17,000?
I personally wouldn't, but
Of course.
I know. But there again, I can think of other lower socioeconomic people that might pay that.
They had a.
I would think they'd want something nice.
Mhm.
Maybe they
Somebody
would.
would want something nicer.
There's a value, slight increase from last year on most of the land. But it's a slight increase in the improvement value, which seems to me like it isn't warranted.
Yeah.
I agree.
So let's take the improvement value of the house off, the $1,750. Let's take that off and go with it. Okay.
I don't think
The land is, land's worth something.
it carries a size.
46,470.
46,470. Okay,
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2244, account number 33074, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $48,220 to $46,470.
all in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. And I think she said we move on to 10 o'clock.
Right on schedule.
Right on schedule.
I think there's some people sitting out there waiting on us.
They were inputting.
Yeah, today. Phone calls.
All that. Oh, that's, I'm sorry, still on 8:30. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Wow. 3 affidavits. 2 phones. And the maybes. So Charlie, where'd you go?
About 21 miles out of Port Aransas jetties,
Your
Go
chair
this
will
way
be
or
right
that
there
way?
by the door.
straight out.
Straight up.
Straight out.
There are 3
Okay.
counts, starting with 1542 through 1544.
Oh, right. That's right. Let's see.
I'm gonna go to order.
Ruby Lee Gallagher.
We go 42, 43,
Got it.
44, you gonna go in
Okay.
order?
I know it's.
Yeah.
Top of page 4.
Ruby,
Okay, that was my
No.
mother.
Ruby,
She's Kathy.
That's her.
Kathy,
Mhm.
Kathy.
Kathy. Can we go in order, 1542 first?
Do you care which
It
order?
doesn't matter.
What's that?
It doesn't matter.
That's
Oh,
fine.
okay. Let's take them in order then. We'll open a hearing on 2021. There's 1542, account 26375. This hearing is being recorded,
Under protest is Q1 only.
Q1. Right? We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The appraisal review board is around the center table. Ray represents the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, we'll have a document will be created with the results and also instructions and information on how you can appeal if you don't agree with our result. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence scanned in now, right? Ma'am?
Yes, yes, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66. This relates to case 1542, 1543, and 1544.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. And this pertains to case IDs 2021, 1542, 1543, and 1544.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with an individual in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F relating to counts 2021-1542, 1543, and 1544.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F as it relates to cases numbers 1542, 1543, and 1544.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's your cue.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraised District is true and correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Ray?
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And this is for cases 1542 through 1544.
Ma'am, do you hold a license as an appraiser in the state of Texas?
No.
Thank you. The governor made me ask that. Don't blame me.
Yeah.
Okay, you have a sheet of paper with a Mylar coating right to your left hand. And that's the procedure we'll follow for each of the 3 hearings. And you get to choose whether you speak first or whether Ray speaks first for the district. Which would you prefer?
The district.
Then Ray, you have 5 minutes.
This is a road called Little San Antonio Street. And it's located off of Rattlesnake Point Road. Before Old Salt Lake Road? Is it before the Baptist church?
After.
After that, after the
Right.
Baptist church, after the
Right.
Baptist church on the right hand side.
Right.
And so here's the scoop. This is one of the, how do you say this? This is kind of a crummy street. There are a lot of problems on this road. It's not paved. And not only is it not paved, it's a dirt road that's bumpy. It's got potholes in it. It's not well taken care of. It has some low issue. It's in Copano Cove, so of course it has some low lying flood issues. And there's people in here who don't take care of their stuff either very well. For whatever reason, I mean, that's just what's going on up here. So here's the data. There's one cell on Little San Antonio Street. 5,600 square foot lot, 220 Little San Antonio, sold for $18,000. So you combine that with 6,000 square foot lot on Lane selling for $15,000 and a 5,700 square foot lot on Bermuda selling for $17,000 all in the last year, then the appraisal district value of, I think, around $3,000, it starts to present us with a problem. So we changed the land value based on sales like this, giving a median value of $17,920. That's what I have.
Okay. So Kathy, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal to ask him any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
And you're talking about the back street, right? You're talking about lot 57?
I don't know.
Let's see.
We're not
Lot
talking about
50.
your property or the one that's sold?
No. I think you're talking about the back property.
Lot 57. is the one
Oh,
we're
yes,
talking about.
yes, ma'am. We're on your property, lot 57, correct?
Yeah, so the only reason that it went up is because this person sold that property for that much.
Yeah, and so then what we do is we start checking the area to see what else is selling. What is there any consistency in this number? And when we did, we found other sales north of 15,000 for a small lot in that Copano Heights kind of area. So we changed the value. We went from, I think, 3,000 or 3,500 or something like that
3470.
to whatever number we're at, 17 something. That's what we did.
Wherever you check isn't like our area.
Except for one of them was in your area. So we didn't,
Yeah.
so one of them's there. So we've got that one. And then our job is, okay, is there anything else that makes sense in relation to this one sale?
That one sale, they must have been from out of state
They may have been,
to not know the way this area
yes,
is.
ma'am, I understand. Yeah, I don't know. We can look and see where they're from. That's public information.
Yeah, because that's crazy. It's been 3470 since 2008.
Yeah, so there's an issue with that, and that is when land values stay the same for a long time, when they finally change, it's usually very drastic because the market happens over time. So that from 2008 to 2021, that's actually was about 13 years. That's a long time to stand pat at a single number. And because of all the reasons that I said earlier, the appraisal district never had any intention of attacking Little San Antonio Street. So it just sat there and we were happy to leave it. And then someone bought it. And then we got to deal with it. And then our stress becomes your stress.
Yeah. I can understand going up a little bit, but 14,450, that's crazy.
I understand.
It's just not worth it. It floods. I mean,
It's her time.
I'm done. So you need to present your case to the board.
okay, so I just can't believe it. It's that much money. It's not worth it. Yeah, I'd say like 5,000, maybe 6,000, but not 14, 17,920.
Where is Lane Street and Bermuda Street?
Bermuda is Copano Heights.
It's not in the same area.
And it's beautiful over there. I used to have property over there. Paved streets.
It is paid.
Yeah, it's a nice area. It's nothing like Little San Antonio Road.
Why are we comparing them?
Because the district disagrees that it's nothing like Little San Antonio Road.
Do they have water, sewer,
Uh,
septic?
Coconut Heights is septic.
Oh, yeah.
Your septic.
right.
Where is Lynn Road?
Ling Road is further down, Coconut, Rattlesnake
Is
Point.
that a paved road or?
It is a paved road.
It's just unbelievable. That's crazy.
We tried to get people in your area to bring us more information on this particular sale because we wanted to dumb the sell down, but we couldn't get anybody to give us anything, which made us think there's nothing to dumb down here. Somebody paid. We were hoping there was another story. We were telling people who came in here, please get the information and bring it to us. I mean, I'm not just saying, I'm seriously, we were doing that. And we just couldn't get it. No one would come back with the data proving that something was wrong with that sale. We were trying to ignore it, but we just couldn't get the reason to it from anybody.
I didn't know anything about it, so.
Well, if you can find anything out about 220 Little San Antonio Street, it's, of
I know it floods.
course it does.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah.
And, it floods, Jameson floods, everything. Old Salt Lake Road.
Yeah.
It just seems like it's been flooding more. I don't know why. It because of the hurricane, or I don't know why.
So the accounts that we have here, we'll talk a little bit in this account, and the other accounts are all related. They're all on Little San Antonio Street. There's going to be 2 more. I don't have anything else to say.
Whose time is it?
It is, you have about a minute and a half left, minute 45 if you need it.
May I ask you a question during your time?
Yes, sir.
There's a picture here, the road on the 200 block of Little San Antonio Road. You remember that one? It's a picture looking down the road with all the water and potholes and ditches. You remember that one?
I'm sure.
Can you tell me where what was the one that sold for 18,000?
220.
220. Can you tell me where 220 is in relationship to this picture?
Let's see. I'm 230, I think.
You are.
Okay, so it's a little bit further down. Yeah, I don't know which picture it was. I can't do that. It's probably right there. Okay, that's my property.
Which picture are you referring to?
Road on 200 block of Little San Antonio Road is how it's labeled.
There's a bunch of them on the back.
Okay, road on
Yeah,
200.
it's-
It's this straight right here.
It's right, let's see.
This one right here, Kathy,
It's like right around that area right there.
is where 220 is.
Property sold. I can't- It's right down, it's like right around the property. All of it's like that, right
The
there.
whole street is like that.
Yeah. That's why I showed it so much.
They didn't put a building on it.
I'm not sure to tell you.
Is this
the
her?
truth. I think they put something, a trailer or something.
So it's not. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not a good area where they got, I can't believe they spent that much
You can see
money.
the street.
Three properties, there's contiguous.
And one has this one. And let's see.
One of the accounts is original.
This one right here. This is the other property, and then this is an account just for mobile.
It's
So it's
like
this
right
one,
around
This
there
land
somewhere.
and then a mobile home.
That was right,
Nothing
That's
contiguous.
it's right
Yeah.
around.
Nothing
Yeah, they are
contiguous.
contiguous.
133 and 230 are side by side.
On the opposite. Here, I'll show you.
Okay.
Do they pass through? Do they pass through? Is it a pass through lot?
It is,
The
but it,
property beside mine.
I'll show them, this is the other one. That's one of them's the land and
Oh,
one the mobile home.
They are contiguous.
Yeah.
Does it help us at all to check the box?
Check it, check it. See,
let's see if it makes.
effective size, right? You just go to the land and add the two. Tell me the, or what's the square footage of the two lots?
We're trying something.
Okay, so 5,600 for one.
Do it in acres. Just put it right there. Do 1286 times 2. Or plus 1286, 1286. So put that number in right here, but you'll have to.
But it, oh.
Catherine, the problem I'm having is the person who bought that other lot for $18,000 knew what they were buying. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Not yet.
I don't know, it just couldn't have been from here.
Okay, we can carry on.
Okay, so Ray, you have, okay. And Kathy, you have 2 minutes if you need it for rebuttal to Ray's time that he didn't say.
That's okay.
Okay, why don't we go to closing then? Any
Right.
final thoughts that you have? 1 minute for,
That other one's a double lot, so I needed. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to.
I just keep repeating the same thing, you know, I just can't understand why they bought it for that much. But there had to be a reason.
it is now, yeah.
One sale doesn't make a market.
No, and I vaguely remember in previous protesting, and
Sorry. I-
everything in
Back
Little
down
San
to
Antonio
here.
that the people that bought them, were from out of state, never even saw it. I think it was just a picture on the page from whatever recall from prior protests.
Like I said, one person making might consider error in judgment, doesn't mean somebody else is gonna come along and say, yeah. In terms of paying that much money for that property or a property similar to it.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd almost
But
have
I
to have,
don't think that one comp makes the market here, it just.
Exactly.
But
Idiot can want it
you'd have to wait until that happened.
again.
Once lightning struck again, then you go, okay, now that's a
But
market.
you do have 2 other verified land sales. I know it's not in the
Yeah, but they're
exact same
on
street.
They're on page,
in the
apples and
area.
oranges. You can't go there.
I think the only comp is that one.
Little San Antonio is a mess onto itself.
That's
Sorry
what
to
it
say
does.
that. but it just is.
7,200.
Okay.
So I'll show you
Wait.
the land. Even here. It's putting off, one's a double lot and then
Right,
that one's single,
right.
so that's what
Yep.
it does.
Okay, so it's 72. If you, when you check the box, it's 7280.
I could go for that.
Okay.
That sounds like a reasonable.
What's 72?
That would be for just the
Value,
one 5,600 square foot lot that we're looking
Where
at
do you
now.
get the 72?
That's where you go
7280.
7280. That's where you
Check the box to tie them together.
time
so
together.
they're-
And then you get
they're
a,
contiguous.
Okay. Oh, on
They're
this side.
contiguous. Yes,
What did it come to?
7280.
7280.
7280. Okay,
you get
All right.
a bill.
is that better?
What, the price of it?
7280.
That sounds awesome.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion then
God
on,
bless you.
on case ID 2021-1542, account number 26375. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $17,920 to $7,280.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Case closed. the land, the other piece of land is in 26368? Is that right? Okay. We're gonna go to open a hearing on case 2021-1543, account 26368. We've already sworn in.
Same Q1 under protest.
All we need to do is ask who speaks first.
You do.
I don't have anything to say.
Oh, okay. What did it do to this piece? Let me check the box.
Hold on one second.
Which one is it?
263.
This is 133.
I'm trying to see if my notes look which one it is.
Oh, no, yeah, it should be 133.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you live in this property or does somebody
Yes,
live in this
ma'am.
property? This
Yes,
is where you
ma'am.
live.
Right.
Yes.
It was my mother's property and she died 1.5 years ago. And I was living with her since the hurricane. And I had property in Pocono Heights and I decided to rebuild, her place first so she'd have her home back, It wasn't the same, but it was her land, so she could enjoy the rest of her life.
Right. The same thing to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Is this the same size property?
This is a bigger piece of
Yeah,
property.
it's twice
This
the
is the bigger
size.
one.
Slightly bigger,
It's
Twice
3
as big.
lots.
twice as big.
Or maybe,
It's also on Little San Antonio.
it might even be 3 times as big.
It's 0.3857.
Yeah, so it's 3 times as big as the first lot that we talked about. 3 lots.
You got it?
Just a question, ma'am. And I noticed the account isn't homesteaded. Do you have a homestead somewhere else?
I had a homestead on Pocono Heights, but then I sold it so I could buy my mother's place.
I would suggest in the future, you can't do it this year, but you get a homestead if this is where you live.
I already
Up to
talked to the
30,080.
lady out there.
Okay.
And she told
30,080.
me as soon as I bought the place to come and get it homesteaded.
30,000.
And so I
That's
came
the
down
total?
here the other day
Mhm.
and
And
she
it does
told me
have
that I had to
30,000.
be there a year.
Oh, eight.
Over the first of the year.
It has an improvement in this lot. It just has a
you
trailer
can homestead
package
it
and a
next year.
2 detached
Oh,
storage.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's
that's what she told me to come
that's-
in January.
Okay.
I
But
thought
the
I had
land
lived
value
there a
went
year and I told her,
from
well, I've been there 3 years
25.
already.
Just apply in
25.2 to 21,840.
21.
21,840.
Okay, when you do the same exercise with the check the box, the land went from 25,200 to 21,840, and the total went to 30,056.
30,080.
30,080.
Mhm.
30,080. That's doing the same thing on this property, right? You understand? We did the same thing. We attached the 2 properties together for purposes of determining the value. Deed didn't change, but just for purposes of assessing the value. And we lowered it by about $3,400. So it's now 30,080.
I don't see, I looked in the roll history and in 2019, it was $19,060. And then 2020, it went down to 18,820. And then it jumped up to 33,440 and nothing's changed. I mean,
But remember, there was that $18,000 lot that sold. We're still having to deal with that. Still have to deal with that. This is just another way to get you a little help.
Can we do that even though these lots are contiguous?
They are
continuous.
They are contiguous.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
They do touch, so.
They touch.
Catherine, when you get your homestead, are you over 65?
I just turned today's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy
I
birthday.
turned 64 today.
So when you get your homestead, you're gonna remove it's gonna remove $25,000 off of this value. But that's what it does. So the homestead's important. The
Oh,
homestead is the tool, and then when you turn 65, it'll do an additional 10. So you have $35,000 removed off.
oh my God.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's the goal here,
okay,
is getting that stuff taken care of.
okay.
That needs to happen.
Okay,
Okay, that sounds okay.
you good with this?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1543, account number 26368, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 33,440 down to 30,080.
Got second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Moving forward, opening a hearing on case 2021-1544, account 8820961. Who goes first, Catherine?
Go ahead, you can.
So in the subject properties protest, a value, you put a value of 27,000. That's what you put on your protest. Your opinion of value 27,000.
I might have at first, I talked to the lady
Yes.
that we bought the place from,
Okay.
and she gave us the blue book value of
Okay.
what it is now,
Okay.
and it's like 25,000.
25,000.
Yeah.
I'm okay with 25,000. Are you okay with 25,000?
Yeah, I'll be okay with
Yeah,
it,
me too.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. Do it.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1544, account 8820961. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $29,090 down to $25,000 even.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Catherine, we're done.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Have a
it.
nice birthday.
Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate your help. I'm glad I'm 74 or 64. Not 74. Yeah, for sure, right?
You're just a kid.
Keep telling me that, okay? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Right.
Huh?
I said right.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that too. Yes.
Maybe I work more for
I'm gonna check it out, I learned.
Yeah, one more.
I'm going to work more.
It's warm in here.
All right,
It's better.
Yeah.
okay, I'll be right here, I guess.
Yeah.
That chair right there before the door is gonna be yours.
Is it the hot seat?
That's the hot seat. It is case number 730, account number 19748 for pipe.
974.
19748 for the account number.
Oh, no, I mean for the case number.
Case number 730. Name on there is Pike.
Being me.
Yes, being me.
Everybody died and left me by myself. Seriously.
I need to bring evidence in here to stop speak.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
I don't have my to present. I just want to understand what's going on.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
No.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just like for real, he was in my office. Earlier.
Yeah. So. No.
He's in the other.
I'm coming back.
He has one, I think Scott has the other one. I think so.
Keep your seat.
I don't know.
Well, Charlie's,
I'm assuming that it's, I was told that they were going to come in. It's gonna be
there is.
Kristen and some other guy. And they were gonna try to work through it. And basically, nothing to be done yet. They're gonna say they tried. So I don't know. Like you said, they wouldn't even talk to you or whatever.
Well, I wonder if that's what's in Scotland. The guy that I was trying to get a hold of.
Who's the other one?
I think what's his name, Jason. I don't know.
They're not the ones that have Brad, right?
Mm,
Okay, so it's another agent that was Brad.
Justin or Jason.
Because the only other two I know for O'Connor is women.
I thought Chris did that.
Like I said, it was Kristen.
Well, I said Chris was in it.
Yeah.
I guess we haven't workers.
Now I gotta climb
I
over.
don't think I told her,
All right, you're good, you're good.
you know, whenever there's one. Right.
Okay. Beth, what's the case on?
It is 7:30.
7:30.
Little San Antonio's gotten easier. Little San Antonio, it's gotten easier. So, the process. First couple was really tricky.
Page what?
3.
Three. Okay, Daniel. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. Follow along, I have some questions toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-730, count 19748. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q5, and it just says taxes were increased. So, not sure what.
Is this to be interpreted as a market value protest?
I'm 65 with a homestead exemption. I took care of my mother from 03 to 2016 when she passed. Stepdad passed in 03. I paid all of her bills and I don't ever remember seeing an increase while I was paying hers, but now I've had the homestead exemption for 3 years. And then they've proposed to go up $200 this 2021.
Okay.
You're protesting market value of the property, is that correct? You checked other, so we need to determine what other was.
Well, I don't understand a lot
That's okay.
about taxing. But the thing that I noticed was that it was a $200 increase on land value.
Okay.
Assume
We'll
market value.
interpret this as market value, right?
Okay.
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. Ray represents the district. The review board is around this table. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/RSSsurveyARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all your evidence?
It's just on my tax statement.
Okay. I just want to make sure we had everything. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Parrish, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166. Yeah.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I heard this statement, if you don't mind saying that out loud, please.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present at the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Can I state your name, please?
Daniel P. Pike.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Daniel, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
No, I do not.
Thank you. You have on your table a piece of paper with Mylar cover. That's how the procedure we'll use to follow throughout the hearing. And the first thing is for you to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you prefer?
Oh, I'll speak.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
My case is that my taxes are high enough right now without any increases. I can't afford to retire because I can't pay my bills if I don't. Get very little Social Security. And my income, if I was to stop working today, is around $900 a month. So I really can't afford to pay an increase on property taxes, but on the same, at the same time, the property is much larger than what I can afford, and I will be selling off 2/3 of it within the next few years. But probably about the time that my Coast Guard license runs out, I'll probably sell 2/3 of that property and only keep just the one house and a small piece of land around it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Ray, you have 2 minutes for a cross-examination if you need it, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
No, there is 2 houses, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that one of them was in a garage or something we had
No.
in a classroom.
No, there's same tenants have been in there for 16 years.
Yeah, you kind of drive in like this, and there's a house right there.
Yeah, I let them put a driveway through my drive over to the back of their house. That was for safety reasons because they didn't want to park in front.
Yeah,
But
yeah, right.
they've been there 16 years and they've got a big chunk of money involved, and they're saying that when I finally do retire, in other words, when I quit working, I'm going to have to retire. and they're saying they're gonna purchase
Yeah, I understand. So in this particular case, a lot of times when we get a protest that says Q5, which is an other protest, a lot of times they mean something else. In your particular case, I think you meant exactly that, that your taxes went up. And that's your protest, I think, from what I'm hearing. This is one of these things where I'm about to pass the buck, but your issue is the city of Fulton doesn't freeze. Now, the navigation doesn't freeze either, but the navigation district is very small amount of tax dollars. So, you may have went up $2 or $3 for the navigation district or something like that. It's minuscule.
right?
But the city of Fulton has a hefty tax. And they do not participate in a freeze. So where you live, like let's say you lived and it was Rockport city limits, your number actually would not have changed. Because city of Rockport participates with the freeze, but in Fulton, they do not. So where you live, even with your over 65 exemption, which is all in place, you actually do not have protection from the city of Fulton for an increase. You have protection from Aransas County. You have protection from the Aransas County ISD, which is important. That's the big animal. And then from Road and Bridge, your tax, your levy, the check you write, will not go up to those three entities. But for the city of Fulton and the navigation district, it will. And it could go up. I'm just telling you, like, in your case, the freeze isn't a rock solid number that will never change. It will actually change because of the city of Fulton.
I never did see Fulton go up during the period.
Yeah, there's just no freeze in
So
place.
I didn't understand that
Yes,
that
sir.
was the case, not knowing anything about taxes.
No, that's really, again, I'm passing the buck here a little bit. I'm saying, don't look at us, look at them. But when I look at the account, really, that's what's going on. I don't think you would even be in here today if they accepted a freeze, because your dollar amount would have changed by $2 or $3.
Okay.
But because they don't, it's noticeable. You get it in the mail and you're like, what the heck is this?
Right.
But it's
I
really
didn't see Fulton anywhere on there, so.
yeah, it's itemized out by taxing entity. And so like when you look at your notice, you'll see right here, that one, that's frozen, frozen, and frozen. And the top one is the town of Fulton, and there's no freeze. So that amount goes up.
Okay.
And I don't know what you do about that.
So like I plan to
Maybe.
when my Coast Guard license runs out.
Maybe, yeah. Right.
It'll be more manageable once it gets down to.
Except for you lose your revenue stream when the minute you sell, you also lose the ability to make rental income. So you really got to think about that. You got to think that through.
And any profit you make, you give to the
Right.
federal government.
Yeah, right.
Right now, the rental's going towards the refi.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So, the only reason that I still have that property is because they're in there paying their rent, and basically they know that if they don't pay, I'm gonna sell. So, it's one hand washes the other.
I don't have anything else.
But I appreciate your
Yes, sir.
informing me.
Okay.
I guess that closes it.
Well, hang on a second. There, I do see a small warranted adjustment on the comp sales grid. It's not much. It's only a couple $100 or $100, but it's a very small amount, but we need to give him that
We're on the comp grid.
on the comp sales grid. The median market value is 128,452, and he's noticed it 128,560.
Oh, right, okay.
Not much, but we need to give him that. So 128,450. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-730, account number 19748. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $128,560 to $128,450.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
How busy do you stay gigging flounders?
I haven't been since COVID.
Yeah,
It's just, my business went to hell in a handbasket when the COVID came in.
yeah.
I mean, I'm still getting some trips, but I'm nowhere near as busy as I was
Yeah.
2 years ago. I
Are
was
you
really,
usually asleep at this time of day?
yes, I am.
'Cause you're up there.
Yes, I had to make a special to get up at 8 o'clock.
All right, Daniel, thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's it.
So will that compensate me some on the increase that I
You know
got
what?
from Fulton?
I think your biggest compensation will hopefully be in a lower tax rate because of the increase in value in the county in general.
Okay.
The school district has already said
They're gonna-
to
They're
lower
going
their
down.
tax rate.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's a sign of things to come.
Okay.
And we're gonna see that's, we're all kind of waiting on that.
Yeah.
No one knows the 2021 tax rate yet.
The economics supposedly in the way that it works is when your values from this office go up, your tax rates are supposed to go down, and vice versa. If the values of the homes or property goes down, then the tax rate is gonna go up.
So
So
we'll
they're
wait
not
and
supposed to
see.
go up together and they're not supposed to go down together.
Yeah, we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers,
Yeah.
don't hold your breath.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
What kind of license do you have?
Coast Guard, six pack.
Six pack? I had 110 for about 15 years.
Did you really?
Yeah, I ran a 110-foot liveaboard dive boat in Honduras.
Oh, my.
It was fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's a little exciting.
That's my retirement.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping I've got about 3 more years,
Uh-huh.
to make some money and then I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably sit at the house with the way things are going. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. You have a great day.
Well,
Alright,
Yes.
yes, 2 accounts, starting with 2237.
Page 6.
One of these I recognize. Our case.
But the name?
The name or?
If we already heard the case, would we hear it again?
No, not unless y'all granted him like a reschedule or something, but that would have been like y'all didn't hear it.
Because I think that lady is. I mean, it's not this case. So
Johnny Bernhardt, you mean?
Mary Ritter, I think we already heard hers, 1901 copy.
Well, which one are you?
I just don't, not one of the ones that we're looking at here, but it's, doesn't have anything to do with this.
this, you said was 2 accounts?
Yes, sir.
2237, 2238. Okey dokey.
Well,
What are we looking at? Land?
Hmm?
And land.
2 in, yeah.
2 land.
And then Robert, when you're ready, the phone number's right there.
Okay. It's looking like Q1 and Q2, so we'll wait for Kathy to get back.
All right.
And we're on 10 o'clock.
This is the last 2?
I don't know, Ray.
Oh, there she goes. Geez.
Val's got her trained already. Hey,
Just 4 more.
It's It's a surprise. No, this should be the last one for the morning.
I haven't seen Val.
She went to the doctor's this morning. She should be in after lunch.
Was she here Friday or Thursday?
Thursday she was, yeah.
Well, she had, I just don't remember. She had-
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't remember
Thursday
seeing
she
her.
was. I think Friday morning she had one.
I wasn't here Friday.
I wasn't here.
Mike on
Oh, you
vacation?
weren't? Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Mike's
That's
out-
right.
Mike's
No,
on
boss
vacation.
is here.
Oh, is he here?
I haven't even
Do
seen
you have
him.
any upcoming things?
Nothing pending, really.
Okay.
Yeah. Be some stuff happen at the end of this month, but
Tomorrow I'm gonna leave about
I would hope you go and snap.
9
fishing again.
o'clock and come back about, I hope about an hour later.
Oh, no.
I have a doctor's appointment that shouldn't take very long.
As long as we're in the August doldrums, I'd take as much time as you can to go out and catch some snapper.
I have to have my grandson to catch him.
Apparently. So you went straight out and just trolled around the rigs?
No, there's a Liberty ship about 21 miles
Okay.
in federal waters.
Yeah, I know where that is.
And we went out there and caught the still fishing and caught the snapper.
Right.
And then trolled. It was getting very dark out. And we were concerned that there might be some weather. So
Right, I double checked. So
trolled.
this is it for this morning.
we trolled, headed back toward the jetties. And we were in about 80 feet of water, 80, 90 feet of water when we caught the Dorado and the King.
One of my friends, her grandbaby.
Weed lines, finding
Thank
weed
you.
lines, or was there any weed lines? Or?
No, we said there were little,
cute,
little
right?
patches as I got some, but
Her
they
son
weren't
went
any
to school with
bigger than,
Michael.
Nothing to hold bait or.
no.
He's cute.
Little
He has
boy.
a brother, yeah, he has a
Kept
brother,
looking,
but.
but I don't know where they came from. The pieces,
Oh,
it
no,
looked like
this is
Matt
Jane,
had
but
broken
This
up.
is her daughter.
We never did find a Matt.
Oh, I should have sent a video.
You know, all that rain we had started out in the Gulf.
They went to school with Steven.
So I'm sure it got,
It's just
I'm sure it
Mhm.
got goofy out there with wind and lightning and, storm and wave action and tides moving up and down. So I'm sure, it's gonna take a little while for sargassum to
Sorry.
mat out. Oh, we're calling somebody.
Yeah, Carter. That's his name. He's cute.
This Johnny.
Johnny, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Fine, thank you. We have 2 accounts, right?
Yes, sir. And I'm in my car right now. My husband's not going to join us. He is a government contractor at a secure facility, and the 10 o'clock was all he could do. But I'm here with you, and let me get my glasses. I'm just going to set my car under a tree with the AC on, and we could talk.
Okay, sounds good to me. Okay, now we have some administrivia that we need to go through before we get down to the heart of the matter. So just bear with us. I'll have some questions.
Yes, sir.
I'll have some questions when I get down toward the end.
Okay.
We're going to be opening 2 hearings, one on ID 2237 and the other 2238. They're being, the hearing will be recorded,
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
Q1 and Q2, right? We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/ARB, survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax codes 41.66F, and this pertains to case ID 2237 and 2238.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166, and that pertains to case 2021-2237 and 2238.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F as it relates to 2237 and 2238 case ID.
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear affirming the testimony I shall present to the appraisal of the board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for cases 2237 and 2238.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Johnny, I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of these two hearings as a result of
Yes, sir.
you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. I'm obligated by the state of Texas to ask you if you hold an appraiser's license.
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Do you have any paperwork with you?
Yes, sir, I do, with a few notes.
Do you have the time limits page, the procedure?
Hearing procedure
Hearing
times.
procedure times?
The hearing procedure time.
Yeah,
What
it's
I
a chart.
have is my
It's a chart
owner.
that has 4 columns on it.
No, sir, I do not have that with me. I just have.
That's
the,
okay. That's okay. We'll have a timekeeper, and he'll let you know when it's your turn.
Yes, sir, thank you.
No problem. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to speak first?
Yes, sir, may I go first, please? And that, I wrote down my notes.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that I read from them clearly. I'm a bit nervous.
Okay, in that
Doing
case.
this alone, I've never done anything like that.
Okay, in that case, we'll open the first one on 2021-2237, account 59612.
And to start with, you'll have 5 minutes and you'll have other time later on. So just tell us when you're ready.
Yes, sir, I'm ready now.
Okay, go ahead.
As in section 5 of the affidavit that we submitted, we are protesting against no improvements made to property appraisal based on inflated current market for national trend. I also want to add this new piece of evidence after further research. We realize in the appraisal you gave a $369,160 that you were charging us $4.40 per square feet on this property. Yes, sir, we are in agreement of that for the land that is waterfront. However, most of the land is in the center and Highway 35 frontage, and you cannot use that property because the deed for that neighborhood is for a single family home. Therefore, much of the land cannot be built upon. It cannot be commercial. We cannot build an additional home. We have to follow the deed of that subdivision. We are also in the land from the property, from the center of the property, as we move towards Highway 35, we are also dealing with Highway 35 frontage and the airport, which that land should not be assessed as the higher assessment of waterfront property. It is basically unusable because I can only build one home for following the deed of that subdivision. That is the end of my argument, sir and madam.
Okay, you'll have more time later, so we'll let the district
Thank you.
go on their time. So Ray, you have 2 minutes.
May I add one more thing? I apologize if
Sure.
I'm beyond my 5 minutes,
No.
but
You've got time.
Yes, sir. My final statement, actually, my husband and I, before I left him because he could not speak today, this is our final statement to you. We are native Texans. I grew up in Jackson County. We have made our living outside of Texas. All of our family is there. This is not a vacation home for us. We are going to retire in 4 years and homestead that home and make it a beautiful addition to Fulton Beach, something that the entire community can be proud of instead of a vacant lot without a controlled weed, with still debris hidden in some of the tightly treed areas, debris from Hurricane Harvey. That's my final statement, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, this property's on Fulton Beach Road, and one of the things that I'll draw you guys' attention to is if you look at the property card, we have 3 different land tables. We're valuing it as the first land table is Fulton Beach Road, 13,000 square feet at $20 a square foot. The second land table is Center Land, 57,000 square feet at 70 cents a square foot. And then the last table is Highway 35 frontage at $4.25 a square foot. So we're not valuing all the land as the same value. We are itemizing it. In the sales grid, you'll notice that the first comp is the subject, sold in October of 2020 for $390. The second comp is in the same area but has an address off of the highway, sold in July of 2020 for $520,000. And it is 1.5 acres and the subject is 1.9 acres. So they transacted at roughly 465 and 775, and that's just saying that's just our software giving you a number of the land divided by the total square footage. Then comp 3 is 615 North Fulton Beach Road. This is for a little less than half an acre and sold for $259 in December. And the last comp is almost 3/4 of an acre, sold for $352. The weighted value there is $729,000, which is extremely high. The reason that number is so high is because the software is struggling to understand how to deal with the 3 different land tables, and it's applying a square footage value as if there's one table. What's important here is that our software doesn't have the ability to do this correctly. So what we can do is we can just look at the sales, and the first sale is 1.9 acres. It is the subject. It sold for $390. We have $369 plus the waterfront east is probably around $10,000. So we're at total, a little bit $10,000 more, but just on this parcel, we're at $369. There's another sale in this Live Oak Point Tracks area that sold for over $500,000 and it's less land. And then you've got a sale for $259 and a sale for $350, all under 1 acre, one of them under a half an acre. So the subject property owner does not appear to have overpaid. There's 3 other people who actually paid more than the subject property owner did. If you were to go by square footage, it would appear that the subject property owner out of these 3 sales is potentially the best buy. Out of these 4 is potentially the best buy. The last one, you don't want to be sale number 3. Out of these 4, it would appear that you possibly overpaid a little bit. Equity is just going to be these land tables. median equity value of 597. I don't really like that because we've already discussed this. There's multiple land tables in play, but they're all on the same table. So all we're dealing with is table breaks here. Gives a median equity value of 369. And that's all I have.
Okay. All right, Johnny, you have then 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask Ray questions. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer.
I understood what he was saying. I have no questions.
Okay. All right. Ray, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal? No? Okay. Let's go to closing then. So Johnny, if you got any final thoughts, you got 1 minute for closing.
No, sir. I guess my final thought is I don't know if anyone has been out to that property, but it comes to a hill on top. You cannot build from the frontage road up to that hill. That house will have to be on the hill because it is so low and not a firm enough soil to build upon. So all that from the frontage road to the top of that hill is going to have to be terraced in a way. It is extremely low. Just a final thought. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ray, you got a minute. Final closing.
Yeah, I agree with her in her closing. She's right. Unfortunately, I think it's what makes the area great. You get to have waterfront, but you also get to have high altitude, elevation for Aransas County. Altitude's not the correct word, but elevation. You get some elevation. Whereas if you didn't, then you're dealing with flood. But we all know that this area, when you drive down Fulton Beach Road, everybody built their house on the hill. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. You get a good view of the water.
And you get to be
Mount Aransas, is that what that's
yeah, I mean you get to be high. Yeah. So that's it.
Okay. So now it's our time.
I think they paid $390 for it and we're being assessed at $369. So I think that
I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, and Ray clarified the multiple land tables.
right.
Yeah, so it's not all.
It's not all.
And the height issue really is in favor of the owner, not
Yeah,
attraction.
that makes it a very attractive piece of land.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-2237, account 59612. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, then we maintain the 2021 assessed value of $369,160.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, case closed. Opening case 2021-2238, account 8820114. Johnny,
Yes, sir.
well, you're still under oath, right?
It's right here.
Yes.
Okay.
So you want to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I'm happy to go first.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for realizing about the elevation. Absolutely. That was part of the reason why we bought it. We went through Hurricane Katrina. I live on the coast of Mississippi. However, that hill is not very large, and it's going to take a heck of an architect and a small house to be on that small hill. I accept what the board has said, and I will be my husband and I will be good homeowners to the community, and well as doing our responsibility for the taxes too.
Okay. we're now on your second piece of property, which is the narrow pieces of waterfront property between Fulton Beach Road and the water.
Yes, sir.
So anything, the tax or the appraised value of this piece of property remained the same from last year? Did you still want to protest it?
Only that, you can't build anything upon it. And I realize that I'm fortunate to have the elevation. I'm curious to know, once we've been taking bids from landscapers to bush hog that front, I'm curious to know what we're gonna find in that very low area. And if we're gonna have to, if it's marshy, I'm sure it is. And how we'll remedy that condition.
We're talking about the little piece of property called the Waterfront East between Fulton Beach Road and the water, not the bigger piece where you're going to build a property.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you.
It's all right.
I really don't have anything to say about it. The property line, Mr. Oliphant, we've been in conversation with. He's a wonderful neighbor with wonderful references. The property on the other side, I'm concerned, especially they're rehabbing that house now. I don't think that's a firm property line there, and that'll be a concern later. But those are really the only other remarks my husband and I had about the entire piece of property.
Okay. All right. So Ray, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
No rebuttal. The Waterfront East is valued at $9,120. I believe it was the same value last year. It's valued on a front foot basis. In equity, we come out at 9120, and this whole sales comparison approach to Waterfront East is just weird. Comes out to a value of 16,000. It's just a part of the land, and it just adds value when you buy on Fulton Beach Road that you have the other side also.
Control your view.
Yeah, you just have control. And if you wanted to build a pier, there's just some things that are good about it. It's never intended to say that it can be built on.
Right.
It's just control. If you don't control it, then somebody else does, or people can just kind of do whatever the heck they want.
Sure.
So that's all that it is.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay. So Johnny, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need that much time. So 4 minutes.
I have nothing to add, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any rebuttal? Okay. Any final thoughts? We'll go to closing. Any final thoughts for us that you haven't told us?
No, sir. Everything my husband and I, based this hearing on, I said earlier, and that I am working with my neighbor, Mr. Oliphant, because we're so close together, to make the best of the properties for both of us and to eventually repair the pier and to share the cost.
Okay. Yeah. I'm taking Ray, Ray doesn't have any closing, so we'll leave it where it is. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-2238 when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of this property at $9,120.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Johnny.
Thank you for your time.
Uh-huh.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Still don't think she knows
That's a beautiful piece of property.
it is. That's a gorgeous piece of property.
$369,000 at Keel Lake Road or Harper Oaks
Yeah.
or
Yeah, if you
Or-
got this big.
Pocono Ridge or you name it, see what $369 buys you, not much. 50 by 150.
Exactly.
Do you understand that we're done for the morning?
I would say so.
Didn't we
I'm not
have some,
100%
didn't we have some
You think?
affidavits?
I don't know.
Are we done with those?
I think we did
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chad,
I work
what
with
is it, Chad?
Chad. I think that's right.
And I even have.
Oh, Thomas. Hey,
Hey,
Thomas. How are you?
Good. Where else is it?
Over here, we can move this chair.
In the corner?
Yeah, I like that.
You can sit it up to the same corner here.
Put baby in the corner there.
There you go.
Good afternoon. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
So if you just follow along, we have a few questions along the way. Okay?
Yes, sir.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-330, account 32432. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. Eamon represents the district. We are the review board of the four of us. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination and will also include information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with the tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
And this one right here. You're going to state this out loud with your name and then sign it.
So I do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Can you state your name, please?
Thomas McDaniel.
Solemnly swear or affirm testimony to represent the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. McDaniel, do you have a Texas appraiser's license?
No.
Okay. On your table, under your papers, there is a document that shows how we're going to proceed with the hearing. You get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you prefer? The governor says you get to choose.
I guess I'll speak first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay, as you know, my name is Thomas McDaniel. I'm the property at 516 East North Street here in Rockport. My property went up 6 times the appraisal value as it's been for last year and previous.
Oh.
I don't understand why this value is that. I've seen y'all's comps. I've got 2 comps that I've presented that are more realistic, that are within my block that I live on, or that this property resides on. A lot of the comps that you guys have used are on main thoroughfares, Highway 35, Market Street, Commercial, and Wheeler are the 4 that are the main ones that you are copying me to, and also 3036, Highway 3036. All main thoroughfares. My building is not on the main thoroughfare. It's off the beaten path, if you will. I am copying it to copies of these to across the street from or behind my building. There's another building there, 511 East Cornwall Street, which is approximately the same square footage. And they went up about approximately 265% increase from 118 to 339 from last year to this year. And then beside me, across on Ann Street, 102 North Ann,
They were assessed at 180 and 220, in 2020, another 384, which is 213% increase. Those, in my opinion, are more realistic comps because they're in my block, they're within my surrounding area on the same off the path buildings. They're all the same type of buildings, industrial. Let's see here. Okay, and then, and then a fight that could be said that metal buildings cost more than block buildings, but I know that I'm a builder in this town. I've compared block buildings against wood buildings against metal buildings when I built my building, and the block building is actually more cost efficient to build at the time when I built it. So if we're comparing block to metal, I feel like I would say equal or less my building. And so that's basically my evidence on my bill. I've compared to Spray and Grow also because the building is up on 35 and their building in the back. I don't have a comp for that from you guys because I think it's changed hands and they don't have it in there, or not y'all, but the president issue doesn't have it in their documents right now. They don't have it as personal property of the owner of the company. They don't have the actual building in there anymore, so I couldn't get that as a paper copy. But before that happened, their building, just their warehouse building, was valued at $350,000, and it's actually a little bit bigger than what mine is square footage, and that is on the main thoroughfare in the same area that my building is. And so that's basically all I have there.
Okay, you have more time later.
Okay.
If you got time left, you got anything else?
No, I was just going to kind of reiterate what I said.
Well, go ahead.
Well, so in short, if I compare it to actual costs that are comparable to mine and not out there on main thoroughfares, then I think that I'm waiving over taxed or overvalued by, they want $600 and something thousand. They want to go from $100,000. And the building surrounding me, the max is $330,000, $384,000. So therefore, I'm okay with that. I can understand that. I can, fair is fair, but I just feel like I'm being overtaxed by a considerable amount. That's all we do.
Okay. All right, Eamon, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so I'm not seeing the number calculated for here. You getting 315 for the building or
Which breaker?
no for your property? I see the
My
comps.
property shows,
I don't see what the value you're calculating here.
okay, what are you showing me? I didn't.
Well, it
check
said
mine.
spray and grow. It said something about $699.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I mean, what's the number you're getting? You think your property should be
I think I should be valued at, if I'm going similar to mine, I think a 200% increase.
Yeah, is that the 213, the maximum of 213%, which would be relative to the surrounding property? And
Well,
that's
the
from-
213 and the 265%, that's the surrounding property, the one that's been.
Right.
So an average of those two would be fair in my opinion.
Okay, and that's gonna end up being like 330 or something.
Right, yeah.
Yours, a couple of things are going on, but I think your building should need to have it at 310. That's where it needs to be. That's where it's gonna be next year, somewhere around. One, there's 3 classes of warehouse, and yours was in the 3rd class, which, like you said, is a lot of the value. I mean, it's stuff on my gas and stuff. It should have been a 2 instead of a 3, but also our lease rate for the 2 was $8, and it should be more like $6 per foot per year. It's 50 cents. So, anyways, if that sounds good to you, right?
Yeah. Well, some of them are 600, some of them.
Yep. Yeah. I understand.
So what is, can you do a figure, like what am I valued at right now? Before.
620. It almost
last year.
cuts it almost exactly in half.
Yeah, so last year, what was it?
Last year it was 147,890.
No, $100,930.
Oh, okay.
But that was surely storm damage.
Probably on a cost basis.
It
versus
was.
the-
It's been that for the last 2 years. I mean, I expect an increase. I'm okay with an increase. I'm pretty expecting. Yeah, see, I mean, to me, if I go with the increases that, if I'm doing an average increase, and I'm even going more than an average, I'm saying 250, and I'd be at 250, 225. And that's based off of like comps that I'm seeing.
Okay.
That's just based off the average that y'all raised theirs.
Right, right. Okay. I don't know what to say. I don't want to give you like a number I'm just gonna end up walking back. Do you know what I mean? I think 300 is probably pretty accurate for this building. Both for like what I would expect, assuming that it's, you know, just as it sits, it's not finished out or anything. It's just like sheetrock on the walls and stuff.
It's not a sheetrock.
So I mean, if they want to do more than that, that's fine.
You're saying 300 on the building,
No. 310 for the whole property.
310, including the land.
Yeah, I think that that's more accurate to
It's like
our.
basically exactly.
Are you okay with that?
How much is the land?
The land, well, since it's income valued, the land is what the land is, and the rest goes on in improvements. But the land value is currently 30.
So that puts me at about 280 for the building.
So let's see, we've got where is four. So that'd be like $2,600 a month lease rate, what I would expect. Something like, I mean, like the spray and grow, or spray and grow building is a lot more, and a lot of it is location and size and infrastructure or other things and stuff, but their lease rate is so. Right.
So 310, I'm comfortable with
Yeah.
it. Like, isn't that the number? 310?
310.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, we're good with that then. I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-330, account 32432, when considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. I move that we lower the 2010 assessed value of this property from $620,300 to $310,000.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
We're done. That's it.
I probably would have emailed you and stuff about this before, but our office flooded. My computer was not one of the lucky ones that got taken back out of the box.
Okay.
I didn't have a computer until just.
That's fine. Good deal.
All right,
I appreciate it.
awesome. Yeah, hopefully it's a little bit more maintenanceable, a little more future proof.
Yeah.
Not waiting forever and jumping all at once. One year, you know.
All right, we'll see you. Okay. See you.
Bye.
So, question, not about this one, but
1383.
you had a commercial building that you used in your business, but not as a resident or as a commercial, or not as a storefront or a.
You don't see the public.
Right, you don't see the public.
Chair.
Okay.
Does that make a difference?
You don't wanna.
Okay. When you hear it, just keep it.
Oh, I just.
Oh, I see. Here, let's give them a match. Okay.
You had a folding chair in here. Yeah, sweet.
It's probably a closet.
And it's 1383.
Wagner doesn't need it. Where is he?
What?
Where's Scott? Doctor.
No.
I think just
Yes.
Yeah, that typically makes a difference because the property is changed.
Sorry, I didn't do that.
Okay.
That kind of thing. If it wasn't, if people were just for whatever reason.
Howdy.
just have to leave it out, wandering around, then it wouldn't. I mean, you just have, it's only if the building's actually. What you're doing with it is.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Troy and Jamie Lott, LOTP.
Troy and Jamie. Okay.
1388, is that right? 1388.
1388. Okay, we have some administrivia that we have to go through courtesy of the governor. And I'll ask a few questions along the way. So if you would just follow along with me. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1388, account 49178. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest, both Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We're the review board. Eamon represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created with our determination and a set of instructions and information on how you can appeal that if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Anything else to remember? Go ahead. State this and then bring it.
This second, right?
Yes. So just read this. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And just state your name.
Jamie Lack. Okay.
All right, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Troy Lott.
I am Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do either of you folks have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
Yes,
sir. On your desk, under your papers, there is a document that shows the procedure that will follow throughout the hearing. And the first step is for you to choose whether you'd like to speak first or the district would speak first.
We'll let the district go.
Okay, Amy, 5 minutes.
All right, the subject property is 49178. It is a commercial property on Commercial Street in Aransas. And
Real quick, can you click on this to open it?
sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I got it. Thank you.
And then the other one is with you.
Right, I just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, this is property is valued on income, which will be important later. So the sneak peek of evidence. I'm just gonna let you know, you haven't said it yet, but I haven't seen your lease. Seeing your lease, the just based on what y'all are actually doing. This property should be 260. that sound reasonable?
According to what you have right here, on your, I redid your whole numbers according to what we really truly get.
Yeah.
And it's actually 183, 456, 24. And I put that in evidence, by the way.
Well,
It's,
there's two things.
and that's also,
One, on the lease, it says that the tenant has to carry the insurance, and under taxes, this number includes the tax rate. So what you do is you either have the taxes as this, or you don't load the taxes in the cap rate. The cap rate is 8 there for this kind of property, but the tax rate in your entities, it's like 2.49, that way the higher the taxes are, the lower the value.
if you read into the lease, they have to carry their insurance for the interior of the building. We carry the insurance for the building.
Okay.
So we do pay the insurance.
Okay,
Yes.
so the insurance, you guys are actually carrying 3,200 a year.
3159 in insurance.
Yeah.
Yes. And then,
And y'all are 27,000 per year because of 2 years, right?
right.
And so perspective.
Right, and then the expenses are backed out of that, so our true income is 19,244.56 is our true income after you back out our expenses.
Right. I'm just pointing out that this and this are both doing the same thing. You're taking taxes out twice. So you just do one or the other.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So that would put it back.
But I didn't add in a vacancy rate either like you had on here as well.
Yeah, well, this is what's called a lease fee valuation, so it's based on you actually having it. Part of the reason your rent is depressed is because you're gonna have 100% occupancy for the next 2 years.
Okay.
Otherwise, your market rate would be higher. So
Okay.
it all comes out in the wash. So
Okay.
that ends up being 2/3.
Okay.
Does that sound pretty reasonable? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
no,
where
it
I'm
went
gonna
up-
be. So.
Yeah, it went up, last year it was like 192. And being the fact that they were closed and everything else, we were trying to keep it, at the same as the values we had last year. It was, as you all know, pretty bad year for all of them. I think it was 192. This is a Head Start program for the state. And so everybody that's going there, underprivileged. So everything that they spend is totally on their program. So they're paying taxes, they're doing everything. So anything that's extra above from last year, they include and raise the prices on everybody else. So,
We're paying the taxes, but it's kind of built into their lease.
Sure.
Right. So.
we were trying to keep it the same. Which is last year, if you look from year 2019, I don't know if y'all looked at the past history. The year before it doubled, it was 100,000. It went to 192 from 19 to 20. And then from 20 to 2021, this year, they're trying to go from 192 to 473. So we already did 100% increase last year. And this year it's tripled again.
Didn't you just throw out a number out there?
Yeah, 230. It should be 230. I don't know if it shouldn't stay 473. And next year will be about 230.
Yeah, we kind of figured when we brought the lease in and showed it to you.
That's That's what it is. Yeah.
The last.
And it actually helps with valuing other nearby properties. Better data.
Yeah.
Because
and then they were like, that was a stretch for them to even pay this much to get in there. Yeah. So.
yeah, it's a good location. It's kind of weird the nonprofits in there, but they gotta be somewhere. They need space.
So it's not a daycare, it's a
It's a Head Start program.
It's for a Head Start program.
Yeah, it's government funded through the Head Start program.
So are you okay with the 230?
I'd rather be at the 183, but if we could meet somewhere in the middle, that would be great. If we could keep it the same as it was last year, I think that's kind of what we were hoping for.
And that's what they were kind of hoping for in light of everything.
In my opinion, I think next year is going to be about 230. Only thing that's going to change it from here is going to be if the cap rate changes.
Still payments.
Probably
It's not.
Staying the same from 192 as last year.
What it was last year?
Yeah, and that's 211.
Oh,
But we'll keep going.
we keep going.
Okay. You done naming then?
Yes.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination to ask him any questions you want, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
I think we pretty much, with the lease and with what we talked about with our expenses, and kind of came up with the real valuation of kind of where we should be using the formula that the county used to come up with the valuation. I think we're good with the evidence, and as far as any cross examination you have anything.
I do. If you look on your little picture here that y'all have, this right here is a trailer park. And fortunately, a lot of it did blow away, which is not being rude, but it was just really a bad area. It was a bunch of prostitution, different things. We showed the building to lots of people to take it, and no one wanted to take it because of this trailer park that was back there. And so that's kind of what keeps it lower rent and why it's where it's at, because really we didn't have any takers, that would do it. There's not a lot of parking for it. And so that kind of just kept us where we were at. And that's it.
All right. Anything else?
I think we're good.
Okay. So Eamon, you got 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it. Okay.
Wait a minute, let me ask you a question then.
Sure.
The 230 came from taking their numbers and fixing the taxes.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Was this property moved to the income stream last year, or is it being moved this year?
This year.
This year.
It's the amount of value this year. And so that'll help in the future, because things that make it more rentable will increase the value, and things that make it less rentable will depress the value. And it'll change when it actually changes, this stuff. It works. And you don't end up dealing with, like, just because the cost of metal is going up, the building value goes up. It's really based on what, it's an investment property. So.
230. No, so.
I'm gonna take the
211.
That's how we do
I could go 211. Rather than lock us up here.
it. This first year on income and down, and I'm not sure where it's supposed to be, so next year.
Yeah, but
Work
if their
itself
numbers
out.
for the taxes fixed is 230. I mean, that's what it comes out to be.
I don't know. It's
For me to talk.
You'll try the algorithm.
I don't know.
You want to say
Yeah.
something? Go ahead.
Can I please? We also talk about more of a depressed property versus, others. This is, to me, I think more of a depressed property and depressed area, which should in turn kind of affect the capitalization rate on where we come to this value. Okay, so I believe he has a 10.49, well, maybe this should be more of a 12% capitalization, just because it's more of a depressed property. And that's what I would argue when I'm here next year, just because of the kind of things that happen. And if you were to go to the Aransas Pass Police Department and pull a report of everything that's happened in that area, the arrest, the activity, and everything else, versus another area with the same rate, this is going to be more of a depressed property in a depressed area. I've actually pulled up there before, and actually, when I pulled up, there was a woman sitting on the sidewalk, literally shooting up in between her toes when I pulled up there. It's not something you see at a lot of other areas. And so, when we purchased the property, we didn't really realize that until we really started to lease it out. And like, people were going to Prosperity Bank, and the bankers over at Prosperity Bank were telling them, I wouldn't lease that property because there's prostitution, there's drugs, there's this and that over there. And they didn't want to give people a loan. It was very hard to lease, very hard to lease. And so, and that's why, we're taking such low rent, and we gave it to the Head Start program. And that's why they're in there, but this is more of a depressed property versus others. So really the capitalization rate should probably be more of a 12 versus like a 10.49. So that's going to be, when I come in here next year, that's going to kind of be my argument on, that's why I'm more keeping it the same this year, because the cap rate, if you reevaluate it with a different cap rate, it's going to bring the valuation lower than it is versus using the cap rate that we're using right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I can see your point too, but I think 211 is fair. It's still a 10% increase.
And considering that, as you brought up the depressed nature of the environment there, that's why they're getting less rent.
Yeah, 211 sounds fair.
It's an increase.
Motel on one side. It is about
Let me make a motion then. On case ID 2021-1388, account 49178, when considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal. Equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $473,990 to $211,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
One opposed.
But you sign anything or good?
No, you'll get something in the mail and it'll tell you what, usually the state.
Okay.
Determination or whatever. We're a little further to go up.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Take care.
The door here or the back?
No, same way you can do it.
Thanks.
Another, motel. I'll tell you some horror stories, but
Oh, the one right.
Oh,
yeah, it looks beautiful in the picture with this.
Yeah.
Because Harvey just destroyed it.
Still have an hour recess.
Do we really?
Yeah, I know.
I call it dinner time.
We don't have any more ones.
Play kickball.
We could have spent more time on Aransas past druggies.
You should go down there sometime.
It's all Aransas past. Isn't it?
Pretty portion of it, yeah.
And the weird thing is, that's only really nice parts of it.
It's all-
A couple of blocks, but the point is, it's only a few blocks away from Brown Harbor, where they're throwing all this money.
Oh, that
at,
new harbor.
trying to turn it into a silk purse. It's,
Yeah, they always do that.
that was where the trip boats docked. From
There was gonna be a whole, they've already got it recladded and everything, there's gonna be a. They never start Ferris
destination.
wheel.
There's gonna be a
there was gonna
destination.
be all kinds. Did they ever start building it?
No, they're paving the road though.
Yeah.
You got a highway, major highway going down there now.
Yeah, I think the city would do to,
And the city's doing all this crazy stuff
could
as
be a
far as
little
like tax abatements and stuff, all around that, trying to get, like a.
they should. Tax situation are ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous. The leases, that's not NAV district land, that's city land. So the city actually is leasing to those people in the harbor.
But I'm just saying, until they improve all the stuff around it, it's always gonna be like.
Going
on.
They're gonna have houses and stuff.
Pathetic.
Yeah, it's pretty mismanaged.
You know what they're doing.
To my knowledge, I don't know.
It's kind of hard to believe that it's just mismanagement, but I think it really
What were they
is.
gonna build in there? What were they gonna build in there?
Hotels, restaurants, mixed use. Well, there may be condos or something. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what all it's gonna be, but I know they were really pushing this thing. And
I remember.
You want to sign these two in there? You're gonna hold them in the office.
Just hold for just a minute. right?
We'll be right there on that table.
Okay, thank you.
What property was this?
Conrad Harbor.
Where's that? Oh, okay.
They're in Fort Ford.
It's really close. It's close to this. If you go to the water, which
Oh,
would
is
be
that
to
where
the
they have
east.
that dry boat storage? and
Yeah,
Some other
yeah,
things
yeah,
there.
they
Yeah.
built dry stacks in there.
No.
and which are nice. And then there's Redfish Willie's restaurant in there that's been in and out of.
Yeah.
He's not gonna bring it back.
Huh?
He's not gonna bring it back. He said it was done.
No more Redfish Willie's, huh?
We tried to go there twice and never could catch them open.
No, they're not. They're closed
I don't even know
permanently.
where they are.
This was
In Hope Conrad Home.
this was like right after Harvey.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
My mechanic has a shop down there, CB Marine.
That's where Daryl is.
No, Daryl's
Oh,
down.
you said that. You said that. Mechanic is.
Daryl
different guy.
and my mechanic went their
Split.
separate ways.
Yeah.
My mechanic has his own business down in CB Marine.
Can
And
you get your boat in there? Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, I've been in there at Redfish Valley for lunch.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let me have this neat little afternoon jaunt.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't know how big, how deep a draft you could
it's
have.
about 6 feet.
Deep enough, yeah.
Yeah,
You need what, 5?
no, about 3 and a fraction.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Really? Cool.
but I gotta watch it going into Paradise. Gotta really skim right next to the docks. If I get out too far from the docks, I get over into that marker.
Yeah.
That's not good.
God, working at SeaWorld Marine, they would bring in these $1 million sport fishers that somebody was coming in, some captain was coming in from, someplace else because of the Texas tournaments.
Yeah.
And they would be coming in and they would cut a little too close on one side or the other, and all the locals know.
Yeah.
But, they come in and bend shafts. Those, the call them wheels, but the prop basically is what it amounts to. On a big sport fisher, those things are like $2,000-3,000. And if you just hit something, if you just hit something a little bit, they're made of bronze, so it just bends them all to hell, and they don't run right. And
Yeah.
you get all kind of stutter and vibrations. Because you got 2 of them, almost boats, you got 2 of them, and if one of them's just a tiny bit off, it turns into it's like the worst brake job ever. Rattle your films. Remember, captains coming in, especially at one in the Port Aransas, that new development that they spent millions and millions and millions on.
Over there, not with the golf courses.
It's across from the golf course, and it's called.
Yeah, I forget what it's called.
I forget what it's called. There's a restaurant in there called the Black Pearl or something like that.
Yes.
But the development was cut off. I mean, it was completely shoaled in.
They couldn't get out.
Yes, you couldn't get out or in, but there were some big boats strapped in there. You couldn't get out.
It's a nice home.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful. The moorings.
Where it came out
The
into the main canal there, that we had to turn left to get in there. That whole area is still clear.
Yeah.
We couldn't get the
The
boats out.
moorings.
The moorings.
Yeah.
The moorings.
Yeah. Yeah, they had
That
the
was
best.
like that. They didn't do that for a long time. A long time ago. That's what
Yeah,
the boats out there.
it was the boat. It was the boating version of Key Lake Wolf.
Yeah. Right.
Property owners can't leave.
Not my
We
boat
can't go
anyway.
in there. They won't let us come across, come through the fence.
Yeah, that was a nice mess there for a while.
Wow. So keep an eye on her.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Next.
So Charlie Blake's on his way up to Calgary to buy a new home.
Yeah.
Been there for 6 years.
I love Calgary.
Got a 6-year contract.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted. Because
Yeah.
he'll be done after 6 years.
Yeah, I saw
But
that.
even if he
Oh,
gets,
he got traded to Calgary.
he didn't get traded, he was a free agent.
Free agent, and he got
6 years, 39.
Have you been to Calgary?
I've been to Bam.
I have two.
Yeah, they're very excited about moving up there. You know.
Like, I don't know that I would want to live in and
Oh,
around
it's cold,
Banff.
it's cold.
It's the coldest I've ever been, on a brilliantly bright sunny day.
Snow.
I was with an old girlfriend up there. I wanted to go snow skiing. She did too. And this was years ago. And Colorado was expensive in comparison to skiing Lake Louise, Banff, and Canyon Oscar's country.
Back then,
and it was super affordable. So we went for 2 weeks, rented a car, we drove all over, we had a blast. It was so inexpensive. We made friends with some people up there. It was really a lot of fun. I had a great time. But it was amazing how cold it got. This one day that it snowed and snowed and snowed. It was nice, warm-ish, big wet for us. And then the sun came out. So we thought, I can't wait to get out there with all that new snow and all that. It's so cold out there. It was like minus 30. And my girlfriend at the time, we got up and we were excited, so we didn't eat breakfast, so no calories. And we pumped some coffee down and jumped on the lift and went to the top. Skied all the way down, got back on the lift, and I looked over at her, and she's just skinny, just shivering. I was like, are you okay? She goes, I don't know, I feel weird. I said, well, let's just ski down. We'll go and get something, to eat and snack on and get some warm. So we skied down quickly, walked into the lodge, and this giant hearth that's as big as this room, I think, and it was just huge fire coming roaring out of there. She walked in from the cold and hit that really, really, really warm air. And I looked over at her, and this guy was rushing up behind her. She passed out. She was hypothermic, and she was just so cold. And as soon as that warm air hit her eyes rolled back in her head. He was like, catch her before she hit her head. I didn't know anything was wrong with her.
Kind of like me this morning in this room.
No, that's claustrophobia.
Anyway, they're excited about living up there. They're gonna have like 5 or 6 kids, and it's a good place for them kids.
But Calgary, I love old town Calgary. It's a big city. Went to the zoo.
Did you have any trouble going back and forth across between Canada and the
I
US?
asked them. I talked to Blake yesterday.
You did?
Yeah. He was in Florida, on his way over here, driving, and then they're picking their dog.
He's coming here?
Not here, no, not to Dallas.
You gonna bring the cup?
Well, I'll tell you the story about that, but her parents, her wife's parents are multi-bazillionaires, and they have like a 12,000 square foot home in Dallas. And they're having Stanley Cup gets in Dallas. Like, they're having an enormous party with the cup. They don't call it the cup, they call it Stanley. The Stanley will be in the house.
So you're going though, right?
No, I'm gonna be in Alaska.
Oh.
Otherwise I'd go.
Charlie will go. Charlie will go.
I know for you.
But they get paid, I didn't know this. The 30 million, because he, in the second year of his contract, is perfectly permitted to play again. He still gets the 30 million. Wow.
Pretty good
Five
deal.
5 million a year, yeah.
Pretty good deal.
6 million a year. Yeah. Hopefully he won't get hurt, but he's already had 2 coaching offers.
Oh, yeah?
One from Tampa. I think the other one was from Boston.
Yeah.
He's not even finished skating yet, so. If he wants to work, after he's finished skating, he can still have a job. Without a job.
Yeah, right.
He's not gonna need to work. Except most of the life spends all the money. They spend for it.
Huh?
This guy.
Let him read your lips.
Great height.
Take it easy on it, Jeff.
It's no big deal. In Houston,
I'm gonna read your
and
lips.
he opened a salon, so he could come down. He's come down here for 30 years. He'd come down here 2 days a
Okay.
week. For the Houston women that live here.
We ready?
Yeah.
Okay. These are affidavit only hearings.
There's 2 accounts on that.
There are 2 accounts. And their case IDs 2021 910 and 2021 917. So we'll start the hearing on knowing that we're going to do 2 accounts. This hearing is being recorded. What do you got?
Q1 and Q2, first account, and let me verify the second one.
Only functional for whole building.
Q1 and Q2, and then
First one. Q1, Q2 on the second one.
okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has a right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And this pertains to case ID 2021-910 and 917.
I, Kathy Hopper, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another individual in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to counts 2021-910 and 917.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F as it relates to case 910 and 917.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And we're opening a hearing on case 2021-910, account 31558.
Okay, the affidavit reads as follows. This affidavit is to be presented to the appraisal review board only on or pursuant to the scheduled hearing date for the subject property and only in the absence of agent, whether by agent's election or CAD error. Before me, the undersigned authority on this day personally appeared David Wilson, who being by me duly sworn upon his oath and deposed and stated the following. My name is David G. Wilson. I am over the age of 18, of sound mind, and fully competent to make this affidavit. The statements contained in this affidavit are within my personal knowledge. The statements contained in this affidavit are true and correct. I am an agent for Wilson and Franco / Equitax Property Consultants Limited, located at 11000 Richmond, Suite 350, Houston, Texas 77042. I'm a tax consultant licensed by the state of Texas. My license number is 000111172. As a licensed tax consultant, I provide property tax consulting services for the client / taxpayer on properties throughout Texas.
Yeah.
I am the authorized agent of the client / taxpayer in this protest. I have either attached a copy of my agent authorization from the client / taxpayer, or it is available for inspection in the CAD files. Owner, client, taxpayer is Craig Day and his wife Ramona C. Day as lessee or owner. The account number is 31558. It says cost center HM Day Latitude. Not sure what that means. Market value is $185,470. All associated tax account numbers and other supporting documentation is contained hereon or in Exhibit A, which is attached to and incorporated herein. In addition, the property is appraised unequally in that its appraised value exceeds the median appraised value of a reasonable number of comparable properties appropriately adjusted. Supporting Documentation is either contained in Exhibit A, which is attached to and incorporated herein, or will be complete upon CAD determination of final values for all comparable properties. As a part of its notice of protest in this manner, client/taxpayer hereby notifies the County Appraisal Review Board the client/taxpayer protests any and all actions of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, and/or appraisal review board that applies to or adversely affect this client, including but not limited to items 1 through 9 of section 41.41 of the tax code. Further, if he saith not, David G. Wilson, signed July 26, 2021. All right. For our information, this is a single-family residential home on Augusta in the Country Club. Last year it was noticed at 218. This year it was noticed at 235, 150. There's no notes for the current year. It still has an effective age of the year it was built. So this thing has just, the change is going to be land table and neighborhood adjustment. One or the other or both. If you go down, you can see it's there on the kind of at the end of Augusta where it hits Champions. It's the second house. All right, our sales grid. We've got some sales. The subject is a 4 ST plus. The first comp is a 5 ST on trailer. And it sold for $248 when adjusted to be like the subject. It's $242.85. That ends up being our median. Next comp is a 5 MV on Fairway Oaks. It's a 290 sale. The subject is a 4 ST. So it can adjust it down to 247. The next is 451 Augusta Street, Augusta Drive. And it's a 5 ST plus. So it's a class nicer, but it is very similar in construction, just a little bit better, a little bigger vertically. When adjusted to be like the subject, the sale of this comp indicates a value of 237,571. So our median there is 242.85. Our equity grid is 4 MV plus, 5 ST plus, and 5 MV plus. And they're on Fairway Oaks and Augusta. Pretty similar homes. This appears to be one of the few 4s.
I was just gonna say that's one of the very few 4s.
Yeah, there probably shouldn't be any 4s in the country club.
No, I'd say that's a 4.
Yeah, it ends up being weird. What is a, you got your country club 4, there's actually some 3s in the country club, which is really weird. But anyways, when the indicated value based on equity is just barely above our notice value of 235, 150. This is one of the lower valued properties on Augusta there. And that concludes our evidence. We've the values supported for market and equity. And nobody else or the chief appraiser here is aware of or intending to do anything that adversely affects the property owner. So. And that's it.
Not saying anything.
I'm saying
Reason to-
anything, I'm gonna put on this market for 235, it's gonna sell in about 3 seconds.
Yeah,
There's nothing else that cheap.
yeah.
I would say leave it where it is.
What is Exhibit A in their taxpayer evidence?
They did not attach an Exhibit A. It's referring in a boilerplate manner to attached evidence that we don't have.
We don't have anything.
We don't have anything.
Okay.
Okay.
So be it.
So keep it the same?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-910, account number 31558. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $235,150.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Opening case 2021-917, account 70262. This is the same owner, so we'll go right to reading the affidavit.
All right. So this affidavit is to be presented to the appraisal review board only on or pursuant to the scheduled hearing date for the subject property and only in the absence of agent, whether by agent selection or CAD error. Before me, the undersigned authority on this day personally appeared David Wilson, who being by me duly sworn upon his oath deposed and stated the following. My name is David G. Wilson. I am over the age of 18, of sound mind, and fully competent to make this affidavit. The statements contained in this affidavit are within my personal knowledge. The statements contained in this affidavit are true and correct. I am an agent for Wilson and Franco / Equitax Property Consultants Limited, located at 11,000 Richmond Suite 350, Houston, Texas 77042. I am a tax consultant licensed by the state of Texas. My license number is 000111172. As a licensed tax consultant, I provide property tax consulting services for the client / taxpayer on property throughout Texas. I'm the authorized agent of the client / taxpayer in this protest. I have either attached a copy of my agent authorization for this client / taxpayer, or it is available for inspection in the CAD files. The client is Craig and Ramona Day as lessee or owner. This is account 70262, cost center says latitude 2802. Market value 374,655. All associated tax account numbers and other supporting documentation is contained hereon or in Exhibit A, which is attached to and incorporated herein. In addition, the property is appraised unequally in that its appraised value exceeds the median appraised value of a reasonable number of comparable properties appropriately adjusted. Supporting documentation is either contained in Exhibit A, which is attached to and incorporated herein, or will be complete upon CAD determination of final values for all comparable properties. As part of its notice of protest in this manner, client / taxpayer hereby notifies the county appraisal review board that the client / taxpayer protests any and all actions of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, and or appraisal review board that applies to or adversely affects this client, including but not limited to items 1 through 9 of section 41.41 of the tax code. Further, if he is not, David G. Wilson, signed July 26, 2021. Check there isn't anything fun attached to the protest form. Nope. All right, on market value on this property, so here was 440,000. Looks like 447.70. This is latitude 2802, restaurant downtown Rockport. It is in the historical district. It's next to a theater. It's noticed this year at 465,390. Property value increased because I don't know why. Neighborhood adjustment, possibly a land table change on Magnolia. I think that's probably what it was. It does have some land that faces Magnolia, big parking lot. All right, so let's look at our sales grid. So we have the sale of a couple different things that sort of paint the picture. This is a restaurant, so it needs to be looked at as a restaurant. That being said, you don't have a whole lot of freestanding restaurant transactions. The first comp is a space downtown. So if this was just using space downtown, it would support a value of 439,381. It's just a retail space. The next is a place that actually is going to be a restaurant. It's on 501 South Austin Street, it's going to be Boyle House. Currently, it sold in 2019 for $300,000. And then there's an office that we were sitting in, and then the theater building, which is right next to it. You know, location-wise, it's the best, literally neighboring property. It's also not a restaurant, and then it's a pretty high value. That's going to be because they paid $500,000 for a damaged place that used to be, I think, a car parts place. And at one point,
Which one's that?
Comp number 499 South Austin Street is Rockport Little Theater now.
Oh, that's what it was.
And the subject is a restaurant. It's a built-out restaurant, so it's going to indicate a value north of $500,000. You know, comparably. showed our value at 498. Let's see, so it's supported based on what sales we have of commercial properties in this area. We're below what these things are. We would not be surprised to be under somebody's sale. And equity-wise, we're way good. And that's again, because this is such a built-out property, the adjustments are gonna be pretty large. I have no idea why 102 Marion is in there, but you can ignore that one. It's pulling the value down. So it's doing them a favor. Yeah, bank error in your favor, I guess, on that one. Or indicated value of 482. But if you just look at the indicated values on the other ones, they're actually the Apple Dumpling Deli Strip Center, the Little Theater, and the Comforts and Home Building. They're all well over $500,000. The subject's at 465.
Seems like the Chili's building would fit there better.
Yeah, where Latitudes is?
No, it's the Chili's, things called Jalisco, Tequila.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. You're thinking it would be a good fit.
That would have been a better fit. It was a great comp, because it's freestanding restaurant.
It didn't sell.
Not recently.
Not having sold in guidance.
Oh,
They have
3 or 4 years, 3 years. Because it was Chili's, then it was something else, now it's something else.
It's just changing tenants. It's not selling. There
Oh,
is
it's just different tenants.
Yeah, it's just different tenants.
Got it.
They do have a standing offer in their lease for the tenant to buy that place for $800,000. It's bigger and it's anchored by Walmart.
Yeah.
So this is downtown, and downtown is also great for a very different reason. But I would love to have this place value on income just like every other restaurant.
I was gonna ask you next month.
It just hasn't been done yet. One bite at a time. Offices, restaurants, and freestanding retail, doctor's offices, that kind of thing. Just a few things here and there that are less pressing. But restaurants don't change hands too often. But part of the reason is I think it would be good because there's a lot of times when restaurants' income value is less than their cost. It's actually really normal in built-out places where, like, if you were to value a Popeyes on income, it doesn't make sense to build a building just to lease it to Popeyes, especially if you live in a place like San Antonio where there's just wait till the Wendy's goes out of business and stick it in that, So there's a lot of times where that happens. And around here, you have places like the Boiling Pot. It's like a thriving business and people love to go there. But if you made it not the Boiling Pot anymore, and you said, I'm just going to lease this to somebody, it doesn't even barely air condition. So it's like, it's not worth very much in terms of real estate. It's like all this other stuff. It's all the business, Foreman's is for sale for like millions and millions of dollars, but it's because they have a bar that does really well. There's so much business value.
It's just interesting how Rockport only has locally owned restaurants. There ain't no change here, but not very few.
Yeah.
Except for none. Except for Whataburger. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. But every other restaurant.
Our Pizza Hut probably.
That's true. You're right.
Yeah,
Other than fast food,
There
really don't.
There isn't a change. And
that's true.
They managed to survive in spite of, it's tough. It's tough when you're paying them on a $500,000 building to sell hamburgers and fried shrimp.
I'm surprised.
You have to work at full capacity.
I don't know why I don't know why the value changed year over year. I don't see I just don't have
the building. The building in itself. It looks like it should be worth more than.
I agree, but I don't have any data to make it higher. But I don't see any reason for it to be appreciated different from last year. It's just such an inconsequential difference. It's $25,000 $500,000 property, And the thing is, what's tricky is when this thing sells, it'll be listed for like, like 1.4 million, really. And it'll be as a business. Or if it wasn't a business, yeah, like you said, it would be 800,000. But it's, sales are not the best thing with income producing properties. The sale price often has a lot of strings attached to other things going with it. So,
Yeah, I think the sale price and the rent factor are two different animals. They don't, one is not necessarily the other.
yeah, I mean, they're related. They're just,
To make it change. Okay.
like you build up income from the bottom.
Okay, let me make a motion then on case ID 2021-917, account 70262, when considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $465,300.
In favor?
Aye.
I was told to read affidavits, so we don't have any other affidavits. I'm assuming that's nobody's here.
It is an interesting conundrum with the restaurant value. Trying to make us go out.
All right, yep, that concludes today. There's no letters to be.
Okay. I move that we close today's meetings.
Okay.
Yep.